in front as we get 12 to go. He moves up and onto the back of Galtman as Bailey McDonald rolls through. The gap there opening by about maybe 20, 25 metres over that last lap. Broxham takes the front. The bell now rings. Around the bend go our leaders, being led by Walters. We come around the bend and down the front straight, flick of the elbow for Jones, and he swings up. Look over the shoulder from Galtman. He makes his way down the back straight. He got the points for first there. Walters for second, Hindell third, and McDonald the point for fourth. McDonald now leads the leaders onto the back of the peloton. Walters off the back. Hopefully he'll still manage to get himself the points for the lap. 8 to go for our leaders. And as we make our way down the back straight, everyone is going to get a lap added to their name. So Liam Galtman now the leader of the points race on 15 points. Lachlan Walters 2 points down, followed by Hindell, then McDonald. The top 11 in this race will make it through to the final, and we're seeing another move being made by Shipkovsky. Shipkovsky was going to swing down and was just kept high by Beaton, sorry. And now pulling away is a rider from New South Wales. That could possibly be Tobin Smith. And we come down the front straight now to get 5 to go. Smith is going to wait. Beaton makes his way down the back straight now. He looks over his shoulder. Look over the shoulder now from Jones as he flicks his elbow. Three to go. We're starting to pick up a bit more speed as we get towards the final sprint. Down the back straight now. We start to make our way around the bend and down the front straight to get 2 laps to go. Look over the shoulder from Cannon out in front. Guglielmucci on his wheel. And you can see a few riders just trying to improve their position. Down the front straight we come. It's still Cannon out in front. The bell rings. You can see our breakaway riders at the back there not bothering to chase because they know they've won it. Down the back straight, Guglielmucci with a very good lead. Over the top of Cannon he goes, and the South Australian is going to make his way down the front straight to get the points for first. Taken to the track now, we now have our second heat. found they got like a mammoth. They took a sample of its DNA and made a meatball out of it.
That's good.
Yeah, they didn't eat it because like, we don't know if humans can consume mammal. But there's a mammal meatball somewhere. Yeah, I'm sure you can try it if you want. They'll let you. "25 laps for these riders too." The whistle goes to start us off. A look over the shoulder before Sam Washington rolls up. Now leading us, it's Alex Hughes. He flicks his elbow. And we start to now make our way down the front straight. Hayden Stevens on the front there for the ACT. Now Jameson Buckley. Buckley opening up a bit of a gap to the riders behind him. Ethan Lang is going to try to close that gap down. 23 laps to go. Look over the shoulder from Washington as he swings up the track. Patrick May now moving up. Stevens then taking the front, and meanwhile Jameson Buckley has really opened up quite a gap to the riders behind him. We're starting to see the group stretch out a bit more. We get 22 laps to go, so we're going to get the bell next time around, and there's a kick from one of the Western Australians, Donovan Inch. Down the front straight we go, and we get the bell. Buckley still with the lead, but that lead very quickly diminishing as Inch makes his way down the back straight. Alex Hughes with a lot of pace coming over the top of both of them, and Hughes will take the points for first, followed by Inch, then Jonas Shelverton, and then Sam Washington. We go now down the back straight. A flick of the elbow from Stevens as we get 19 to go. And we've calmed back down a bit. Stevens takes the front and the group has bunched up a bit more. They're less stretched out. Inch on the front as we head down the back straight. Landman swinging off there. Coming through up the inside is Ethan Lang. Now Patrick May. Sorry, Cooper Finkbeiner. Finkbeiner swings up. Coming through now is Sam Washington. Shelverton now leads down the front straight as we get 16 laps to go. Buckley making his way down the back straight. We get 15 laps to go, so we're getting closer to our next sprint, and there was a move made by the South Australian teammate of Buckley, Ewan Landman, and he's starting to pull away. Buckley leads the chase. 14 to go. Buckley looks over his shoulder and rolls up the track. May comes through. Now May moves up, and Shelverton is going to put in a bit of a surge to try to close that gap down. Washington now leading the chase. The gap no more than about 15 meters. That now down to 10. and that now down to 5. Washington swings up and Stevens will roll through. You can see Hughes just off the back there. He's been leaving a bit of a gap between himself and the riders in front of him, maybe looking for someone else to come in front of him, possibly also focus on Cooper Finkbeiner behind and trying to put him under some pressure. The bell rings. Shelverton out in front. At his hip is Ethan Lang. We come down the front, back straight, and Lang starts to slip back. Shelverton with a pretty good lead as we make our way around the bend and down the front straight. Shelverton is going to hold on and take the points for first, followed by Oli Girovic, Ethan Lang, and then I think Porter White getting the point for fourth there. Around the bend we go, and down the front straight on the wheel of Hayden Stevens. Girovic now rolls through. Now Lancaster, short turn from Lancaster as White takes the front. We come now down the front straight and we get 8 to go. Ewan Landman rolling through. And there in the middle is a move by one of the New South Wales riders. That might be Cooper Finkbeiner. It is. Finkbeiner swings up, makes his way onto the wheel of May as Stevens rolls through on the front. Stevens has been a very aggressive rider, although he doesn't yet have a point to his name. 6 to go, shake of the head from the Canberran as he sees everyone make their way onto the back of these leading riders. Finkbeiner now swings up. White comes through on the front. Now moving forwards from Western Australia, it's Donovan Inch. Jameson Buckley over the top there, putting the pressure on with a surge. We get 4 laps to go. He won't want to move too far to the back as he swings up. Stevens flicks his elbow. Inch now coming through to take the front again. You can see Hughes now starting to make his way forwards from the back, possibly looking to improve his position, get himself a few more points to get himself some more security getting through. 3 to go. Patrick May just out in front at the moment. He makes his way down into the sprinters lane. Coming forwards there is a rider from South Australia, I think Ewan Landman. Out of the seat now. Landman makes his way onto the wheel of May. May still leads down the back straight. And here comes Sam Washington. Washington with a good bit of pace. Over the top we go, down the front straight to collect the bell, and Washington is really pulling away from the riders behind him. Oli Girovic trying to chase down the back straight. Washington still with a very good lead. And as we round the bend and come down the front straight, Sam Washington will get himself through to the final. We now have the under 15 girls, Kieran, round 1, heat 1. The first 2 will make it through to round 2. The remainder will go through to the repechage. says day 4 here. Leading us onto the wheel of the motorbike, it's Zoe May. Followed by May is Jenna Gallagher, then Chloe Buckley. Followed by Buckley is Addison Torr, Chloe Corshid, and then Madeline Douglas. At the back, our first lap behind the bike is over. The riders are allowed to now change their position, provided they don't overtake the bike. No one looking to do so. Torr there, just opening up a little bit of a gap to Buckley in front. It's now closed, but you can see it's just a bit bigger than the gaps between the rest of the riders. It might be just a confidence thing. We now make our way around the bend and down the front straight to get 3 to go. The Derny swings down. And we now start to make our way around the bend and down the back straight. Gallagher sitting at the hip of May there. We make our way down the front straight to get 2 to go. May still in front. Gallagher still just trying to stay at the hip. Now as we come down the back straight, it looks like Gallagher wants to move forwards. And she ups the pace to come over the top of her teammate. We come down the front straight. May trying to defend her position, but Buckley quickly takes it. The bell rings. 1 lap to go. Out of the bend and down the back straight we go. It's still Gallagher out in front. Buckley on her wheel. Now Torr tries to make her way forwards as we make our way around the bend and down the front straight towards the line. Torr starts to move forwards. Very close on the line for second. Gallagher will definitely make her way through. I think Buckley may have held on, but Torr was looking pretty fast. 6 laps these riders have as our second heat gets underway. Five laps to go. It's Anna Meares on the wheel, followed by Sienna Monteith. On the wheel of Monteith is, I'd like to say, Lavinia Ward. It might be Billy Russell, actually. It's Lavinia Ward on the wheel of Monteith. Billy Russell there moving forwards now, over the top of Grace Hunter, and now over the top of Alexis Phillips. Najafian still out in front. Look over her shoulder as we get 3 to go. We now make our way around the bend and down the back straight. Down the front straight we come to get 2 laps to go. And we're starting to pick up more and more speed. Najafian now tries to defend against a move by Sienna Monteith. Monteith moving forwards. She comes over the top of Najafian, and we get the bell. Down the front straight we come. Lavinia Ward starting to try to move forwards over the top of Monteith as we head down the back straight. Ward continues to move forwards. Now Monteith starts to fight back. We make our way around the bend and down the front straight towards the line. And Monteith will hold on. Monteith and Ward will make it through to round 2. And the remainder of the riders will make it through to the repechage. The whistle goes. Madeline Pitt leads us onto the wheel of the bike for the final heat in the under-15 girls Keirin round 1. We come now down the front straight to get 5 laps to go. On the wheel of Pitt there is Chavi Tanksale, followed then by April Paddy, Lucy Allen, Nicola Morris and Isabella Potts at the back for Queensland. The riders are free to change position. We've only got one more lap behind the bike. Morris might try to move up in a bit by the looks of it. We make our way now down the back straight. Now rounding the bend and coming down the front straight. We get 3 to go and the bike swings down. Pit on the front. No change in position as of yet. Now Potts starts to try to improve her position. Pitt still out in front, just focusing on the road ahead. We get 2 laps to go. Now Isabella Potts over the top. She used the banking to her advantage, and she's really put in a gap to the riders behind. We come down the front straight to get the bell. There's a lot of ground to make up on Isabella Potts. Madeline Pitt still holding off the other riders as Lucy Allen tries to come forwards. Now moving forwards is as well April Paddy trying to go up the inside. I think that's Shavi Tanksale down the front straight towards the line. Potts will definitely make it through. And Madeline Pitt, having held on to the front the entire race, will also make it through. The rest will go to a rapid charge. Mitchell Stretton is going to lead us onto the wheel of the bike. We make our way down the front straight now to get 4 laps to go. 1 more behind the Derny. Ruben Pickering on the wheel of Stretton, followed by Zucchiati, then Taylor, Wood, and at the back, Kermizzi. The bike comes down. Wood there moving up the inside, possibly looking to muscle his way out as the pressure gets on. Stretton out in front still. We got 2 laps to go. Pickering just moving forwards, trying to improve his own position. Up the inside there goes Kamizi, trying to get himself up towards the front. We come down the front straight now to get the bell, and Hunter Wood, high up on the track, now makes his way over the top with the banking. Down the back straight we go. Right on his wheel from New South Wales is Luca Zucchiati. We make our way now around the bend, down the front straight towards the finish line. Stretton tries to push himself out, but to no avail. Hunter Wood and Luca Zucchiati will make their way through to round 2. The whistle goes, and George Tucker is going to lead us onto the wheel of the bike, followed by Nick Wilkin, Philip Nestler, Liam Underwood, Will Amaleus, Ollie Taylor, and at the back there is Lachlan Stewart for Victoria. Taylor and Stewart we've seen to be both very strong riders, and at the end of the first lap we see Taylor fling up to the top of the track. Was looking, I think, for Stewart to come through. He didn't want to. We might see these two riders play a few games with each other. We make our way now down the front straight. Stewart starts to push forwards. Amaleus takes the wheel of Stewart from Taylor. One more lap behind the Derny. Three laps to go, and the bike swings down. George Tucker still out in front. Now Nestler trying to follow the wheel of Stewart. Up the inside there goes Underwood onto the wheel of Wilkin. We come now down the front straight. Tucker out in front, Stewart on his wheel, followed by Wilkin. At the hip of Wilkin, now moving forwards, is Amaleus. We're gaining a bit of speed here, and Tucker starts to get overtaken by Stewart. Tucker starts to fight back. We come down the front straight as the bell rings. Stewart over the top, and Amaleus following the wheel. Around the bend and down the back straight we go. MLA is sitting in behind Stewart pretty comfortably. Taylor trying to follow and put himself up into the top two. Doesn't look like it's going to happen though. Amaleus and Stewart will put themselves through to round two. The rest will go to the repechage. Does anyone on the live stream know what happened to those electric white bikes we used to have? Go now to our third heat in the under 15 boys, Kieran. Okay, thank you very much to, I think that's either Todd or Holly. We're just waiting. Something has fallen down the track. The whistle goes. Oscar Schoff is going to lead us onto the wheel of the bike, followed by Gabriel Jakobsen. Harrison Lace on the wheel of Jakobsen, followed by Lachlan Ermert. Oliver Jordan behind Ermert. Then Leif Ingversen, and then rounding us out at the back, Tobias Joe. We get 5 laps to go. Around the bend and down the front straight we come. 4 laps remaining. 1 more lap behind the bike. The riders are free to change position. And Joe possibly looking to do just that as he comes over the top of Ingversen. Three to go. We make our way now down the back straight. And Schoff still leads out in front. Joe and Ingversen trying to make a move, but they're still both right at the back. They might have just been trying to get themselves a bit of height in anticipation of something. Oliver Jordan starting to gain a few places. Lachlan Ermert looking to take his wheel. Schoff just keeping the pressure on at the front. You can see these rear riders have tried to make several attempts at moving forwards, but they've all not been able to gain any positions. Down the back straight, Schoff still out in front. Moving forwards now is Jakobsen. Around the bend we go. Jakobsen staying at the hip of Schoff, just forcing those other riders behind him to do more work, and Schoff and Jakobsen will make their way through to round 2. Leading us onto the bike is going to be Luke Rogers from the ACT. Followed then by Campbell McDowell. Riley Boyd on the wheel of McDowell. Then I think that's Benjamin Cade. On the wheel of Cade is Josh Franks, Chase Haynes, and then rounding us out at the back we have Max Moore for Victoria. Moore there trying to improve his position before the bike swings down. And following that wheel is Haynes. The bike now swings down. Rogers still out in front. McDowell still on his wheel. Now sitting up a little bit higher, trying to protect his position. We come down the front straight now. Rogers still leads. We get 2 laps to go. Moore has now moved from the back to the front, sitting level with Rogers as both riders make their way down the back straight. Cade now moves forwards, trying to come over the top of all of them. The bell rings. Moore over the top of Rogers. Cade over the top of Moore. Around the bend and down the back straight we go. Cade continues to pull away. It's now a race for second as Rogers tries to move forwards. Moore is trying to hold him off, and he does so successfully. Cade and Moore will make their way through to the next round. And we now go into the under-17 girls team sprint qualifying. That's what's over there. Not the first one, but the rest are. What do you need?
No, you need it for live stream to check.
I'm using it, like, the more important thing is actually the music. But, like,
No, that's fine.
it's not that, like, yeah. Strong start out of the gate there. Bradshaw is going to lead us around. Apps on her wheel, followed then by Dell. New South Wales B making their way down the front straight now. And 21.28 seconds, the time of their first lap as Bradshaw swings up. Apps is going to come through and take the second lap now. We make our way around the back straight now, out of the bend and into the front straight. The bell rings, 37.594 seconds. At the 2/3 mark, half a lap now to go for Dell, our final rider in the team. Quarter of a lap, we come down the front straight towards the line. 53.887 seconds is the time to beat. ACT on the front straight. On the back straight there, we have Western Australia. Round the bend and down the back straight go the ACT riders, well ahead of the Western Australians after the first half lap. Alicia Reynolds there leading the West Australians around. Down the front straight, up swings Sarah Berger, and coming through to replace her there is Emily Watch. Down the front straight now come our West Australians. Madeline Pitt on the front for WA. And the bell rings for Georgia Gardner, who comes through to do the last lap for the ACT. Neither team besting the time set by New South Wales 2 at the moment. Half a lap to go for the ACT now. Half a lap to go for WA. Towards the line comes Gardner. 54.955 seconds a time for Gardner. 58.396 for Sybil. Victoria taking the track there on the front straight. On the back straight we have South Australia. I'm sure they can see. No major issues from either side out of the gate. Pippa Denham leading there for Victoria, and the South Australians being led currently by April Catt are well ahead after the first half lap. As we come around to get 2 to go, that gap just a little bit bigger. South Australia splitting third, Victoria splitting fourth. Now South Australia being led by Paige Squire make their way down the back straight. Quinn Rothenbuehler leads for Victoria and now swings up as both teams get the bell. Alana Lake down the back straight, coming down the front straight with quite a bit of speed is Leonie Thunderberg. Around the bend, down the back straight towards the line, Thunderberg posts a time of 55.155 seconds, 57.330 seconds, the time for Victoria. Queensland and New South Wales now to take the track. New South Wales on the front straight, Queensland on the back straight. Pretty strong starts there from both sides. Ava Robbins on the back straight, getting away, I think, better than Sonia Vettish, but they are very close together after the first half lap. Both riders now rounding the bend, going down their respective finishing straights for the first time, and New South Wales split ahead of Queensland. Down the opposite straights they go, and Victoria Smith is starting to pull away from Ella Liang. That'll be extra work for the Queensland as she comes down the back straight. The New South Wales riders now really pulling ahead. They move themselves up into first. Half a lap to go now for Ebony Robinson. Half a lap to go for Ella Liang. Robinson makes her way out of the bend and towards the finish line. 53.333 seconds, the time for Robinson. Queensland go 54.944. That's a new state record. if it stands, unofficially, of course. No, the state record has stood since 2017, if I'm not wrong. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong thing. Sorry, 2022. Sorry, I was reading the IP time. Maybe. Yes, yeah. Yeah, it was actually New South Wales really dominated. So Queensland is New South Wales B, half a second down on New South Wales A. Queensland over 1.5 seconds down on New South Wales A. Actually, only only 11 thousandths of a second ahead of the ACT. So very, very close times between third and fourth. Queensland qualifying third there by 11 one-thousandths of a second over the ACT. Both teams will go to the bronze final, but that should make a very exciting bronze final race. South Australia then 10th behind, and then Victoria were another second down on South Australia, so 4 seconds down on the top time, and then Western Australia 5 seconds down. Western Australia B, the first team out of the gate. Philip Nessler leads them, followed by Ryan Death, then Toby Gallagher. Out of the bend and down the back straight they go. Nessler winding it up. They now make their way down the front straight for the first lap. They'll post a time of 22.073 seconds. Nessler swings up, and coming through up the inside is Death. Death looking pretty quick. He makes his way towards the line now, and coming through to collect the bell is Toby Gallagher. 38.133 seconds, the time with 1 to go. Now there's half a lap left in the race. Gallagher rounds the bend, comes towards the finish line, and he posts a time of 54.437 seconds to beat. Western Australia on the front straight. Out of the gate, Joe, followed by Shipkovsky, followed by Inch at the back. And Joe with a pretty good start down the front straight. New South Wales are ahead though. Finkbeiner leads. Galtman leads Jakobsen. Jakobsen very close to the wheel of Galtman, really using every bit of a slipstream that he can. Down the back straight go the West Australians now. They're starting to close that gap up to New South Wales B. Galtman looking pretty fast though as he gets the bell. New South Wales B split first. WA split second. Half a lap now to go. And Inch has really turned it around the bend. Down the front straight comes Donovan Inch. He'll lead the West Australians through to get a time of 51.205. Almost 2 seconds faster than the time by Finkbeiner when he crossed the line for New South Wales B. The national record for the boys is 4 seconds faster than the national record for the girls. The boys' record is 47.6. The boys' national record is 4 seconds faster than the girls' national record. It's so quick. 47.6. Tasmania on the back straight there with a pretty good start out of the gate. The ACT also getting away well, actually possibly getting away better than Tasmania. Definitely getting away better than Tasmania as Angus Withington leads the ACT riders down the front straight. 2 laps to go and ACT split first. Tasmania split second. Down the back straight we go now with the Tassie riders. Bailey McDonald on the front. On the front for Tasmania is Nick Broxham. Broxham leads down the back straight and he now rolls up for Jonas Shelverton to come through. Shelverton with a lot of work to do. Stevens with a lot of speed at half a lap to go. He now makes his way down the front straight towards the line. 48.91 seconds, the time for the ACT. Just over half a second off the all-comers record. We have 2 more heats to go. Queensland and South Australia now take to the track. Sam Hilditch on the back straight, getting away very well. Down the front straight there, Jesse Tull also with a pretty good start. And Tull there pulling away from William Brown behind him. Brown now with a good run up coming down the front straight. The Queenslanders well in front though. Down the front straight we come with Mitch Louis on the front for Queensland. Down the back straight go South Australia with Will Brown. Now one to go for both teams. Tom Troy takes the front for Queensland and he makes his way around the bend and down the front straight. Half a lap to go for the Queenslander. Half a lap to go for the South Australian Alec Guglielmucci. Towards the line goes Choi. And Queensland stay in second. South Australia slipping down into fifth there. Queenslanders just 31 one-thousandths of a second off the time by the ACT. Angus Withington, Bailey McDonald and Hayden Stevens. Your voice sounds more gone than mine does. Your voice sounds more gone than mine does. Oh, of course. Victoria jumping on the back straight there. New South Wales A on the front straight. Both sides getting away pretty well there. Patrick May leads for New South Wales and he's pulling away from Tobin Smith. The whistle goes. Victoria don't realise that they're being told to stop. They now do so. New South Wales are going to continue though. Down the back straight they go. Tobin Smith now leading down the front straight for New South Wales. The bell rings. They split third. Through up the inside now, Jeremy Cannon for New South Wales. Half a lap to go for Cannon. He makes his way around the bank, down the front straight towards the line, and he'll post a time of 49.799 seconds. Third fastest so far. So the ACT guaranteeing themselves a spot in the gold medal final. Queensland guaranteeing themselves a spot in a final. New South Wales A also guaranteeing themselves a spot in a final. It's all about Victoria, depending on what final those are. The Victorians just needing to fix a pulled wheel. Okay, the Victorians are going to start making their way onto the track now. Hopefully their legs won't have got too cold. Strong start. Out of the gate this time. No major problems. We now make our way down the front straight. And all the riders together pretty well. Lesky out in front on his wheel. Nichols followed by Edwards. They split third after lap 1, 19.554 seconds. After the first 250 metres, now Nichols leads around the bend and down the back straight, really riding with great furiosity. But they slip down a place into fourth with the bell. Down the front straight now comes Jack Edwards. Half a lap to go now for Edwards as he makes his way around the bend, out of the banking and towards the finish line. He'll post a time of 49.938 seconds, the fourth fastest time. And so the ACT and Queensland will face off for the gold medal. It'll be pretty exciting, the two posting times within 31 one-thousandths of a second of each other. New South Wales A and Victoria will go to the bronze medal final. We now go to our Kieran Repper charges. The riders now start to make their way onto the bike. Everyone falling into formation pretty well. Five laps to go, and Chavi Tanksail is on the wheel of the Derny, followed then by Vienna Najafian. After Najafian, Russell. Then May, then Allen, and then at the back is Buckley. 4 laps to go. Buckley there starting to move forwards. Coming up is Russell to try to move forwards herself. Following the wheel of Russell is May. And so Buckley will have to just settle for the wheel of May. We come down the front straight and get 3 laps to go. Tanksail leads down the back straight, but now Najafian starts coming over the top. The top 3 in this race will make it through to the final. And we now have 2 laps to go. Najafian continuing to ride side by side with Tank Sail. We now make our way around the bend. Najafian starts to slip back. And over the top there goes Russell. The bell rings. Billy Russell starts coming forwards. Chloe Buckley just following the wheel. And slipping in behind is Lucy Allen, who tried to come over the top. Buckley now starting to try to make her way forwards. We make our way around the bend, down the front straight towards the line, and it'll be Russell, Buckley and Allen who make it through to round 2. Charlotte Corshid leads onto the wheel of the Derny. One more lap behind the bike. Down the front straight we come, and we get 4 laps to go. Rounding the bend now. Corshid still out in front, Paddy on her wheel. Followed then by Douglas. Morris now moving forwards. Phillips pushing her high, and Phillips protecting her position. Hunter there at the back, starting to move forwards down the back straight. It's still Corshid out in front, and every rider just sitting a little bit higher than the rider behind. Rider in front, sorry. 2 laps to go. Corshid keeping an eye over her shoulder. Again, it's the first 3 that make it through. We come down the front straight, Corshid out of the seat to try to protect her position out in the lead. The bell rings, and now April Paddy starts to really pull away from the riders behind her. Down the back straight we go. Douglas trying to follow. Paddy will definitely make it through, and it looks like as well the 2 riders chasing, Madeline Douglas and Alexis Phillips, will go through as well. Up next, we have the under 15 boys Kieran repechage. We have 4 repechages. The top 1 will make it through to round 2, so only the winner of these repechages will be able to make it through. Riley Boyd is going to lead us onto the wheel of the bike, followed by Tobias Joe, then Chase Haynes, Mitchell Stretton and Oliver Jordan at the back. Around the bend we come, and now down the front straight. We get 5 laps to go. First lap behind the bike is over and the riders are now allowed to change position. We start to make our way around the bend and down the front straight to get 4 laps to go. Riley Boyd on the front, small gap between himself and Tobias Joe behind. Three to go, and the bike comes down. Swinging up there is Chase Haynes. And around the bend we come. Look over the shoulder from Boyd, keeping an eye on any rider's movements behind. 2 laps to go. Joe now moving high. Out of the seat goes Boyd to respond. We start to make our way down the back straight now. Around the bend we come, and down the front straight to collect the bell. Riley Boyd continuing to pull away. Tobias Joe has now lost a bit of ground. Mitchell Stretton with quite a bit of speed down the back straight. Stretton starts to make his way forwards over the top of Boyd. Boyd trying to fight back. Oliver Jordan also trying to push himself forward. Down the front straight, it's Stretton who will cross the line and put himself through to round 2. We just need you to do the camera work once Bodie needs to go home. Ollie Taylor is going to lead onto the bike. Philip Nessler on his wheel, followed by Josh Franks, and then at the back, Liam Underwood. We come around and down the front straight. Bit of a gap opening up there between Franks and Nessler. We start to make our way now down the back straight. Four laps to go, one more behind the bike before it swings down. We come down the front straight now and get 3 laps to go. The Durney swings down. And down the back straight goes Taylor in front of Nessler. Look over the shoulder from Taylor, just protecting his position on the front. Franks was there moving to take the wheel of Taylor as we start to pick up a bit of speed. Taylor now out of the seat with an acceleration. Franks following the wheel. Nessler drops a place, has to take the wheel of Franks. The bell now rings. Taylor with a good bit of speed. Franks holding that wheel. We make our way down the back straight, and Franks now out of the seat to come over the top. Rounding the bend, Taylor holds him off. We come now down the front straight towards the finish line. Ollie Taylor fights off Josh Franks successfully. And Ollie Taylor will put himself through to round 2. Just a reminder from the commissaires that if your bike has been to bike check, you can leave it on the racks and use it again without having to take it to bike check a second time. Five to go. First lap behind the bike is over. Omer Kamizi behind. Three to go. Kamizi takes the front. Eli Taylor now sitting just above. Down the back straight we go, and over the top there goes Leif Ingvarsson. Ingvarsson with quite a bit of speed. We come now down the front straight to get 2 laps to go, and Ingvarsson continues to pull away. Now Campbell McDowell trying to close the gap and doing so quite successfully as he head down the back straight. McDowell now coming over the top of Ingvarsson. Ingvarsson trying to fight him off. We've still got 1 lap to go. The bell now rings. McDowell over the top. Ingvarsson continuing to slip back. The Western Australian continuing to pull away. He looks over his shoulder as we head down the back straight. Now we round the bend and come down the front straight, and Campbell McDowell will put himself through to round 2. See you, mate. Have a good night. Oh, the rest of your day.
Here we go. Now, Paula, you know what to do, don't you? You've done it before. Alright, so you're in. Okay, Alex, do you want to talk me through how to do 1 round? Okay. Grab a seat, someone's going to get some food. So, same as it used to be. So come on. Alright, I'll go and grab some food for everybody.
Thank you. Feel free to dig into those as well. Someone donated those to us. Keine Ahnung. The whistle goes. Ruben Pickering is going to lead us onto the wheel of the bike. On the wheel of Pickering is Ermert, followed by Rogers, Wilkin and Tucker at the back. Five to go. Bit of a gap opening up there between Wilkin and Rogers in front. Tucker now coming forwards. 4 laps to go. We've got 1 more behind the bike. Pickering just sitting comfortably out in front. And we now start to make our way down the back straight. Rounding the bend. We come down the front straight. 3 laps to go. The bike swings down. Now starting to move forwards there was Lachlan Ermert. He's gone back behind the wheel of Ruben Pickering. 2 to go. Ermert now makes a move, getting defended against by Pickering. Pickering trying to hold his position at the front, and now starts to move forwards again as we round the bend. Down the back straight, over the top there goes George Tucker. The bell rings, Tucker continuing to move forwards. Rogers sitting pretty comfortably on his wheel as Pickering starts to slip back. Down the back straight now, Rogers trying to come over the top of Tucker and doing so quite successfully. Luke Rogers will make his way through to round 2.
Better?
Yeah. Deborah Cools strong out of the gate there. Now she makes her way down the back straight, sits down and is going to start to settle into her bars as she rounds the bend and gets the bell. 1 lap to go for Cools, 24.13 seconds, the time at the halfway mark. She now has half a lap to go, and makes her way around the bend and down the front straight towards the finish line, and she posts a time of 41.81 seconds. Time will guarantee her a medal. Julie Barnett taking the front straight there. Anna Witten to take to the back straight. No major complications for Barnett coming out of the gate there. Round the bend and down the back straight she goes now. Barnett starts to sit down as she rounds the bend and comes into the finishing straight to collect the bell. She splits first after lap 1, 22.36 seconds, the time for the Queenslander. She's now got half a lap to go, and she makes her way around the bend into the finishing straight, and she'll cross the line and set a time of 39.274 seconds. So we've got 6 categories. Sorry, 7 categories. So I'm not sure how many. Gabrielle Belts getting out of the gate better than Tanya Simpson. Both riders now making their way around and down the opposite straights. The first heat in the Masters Women 6 time trial final. Simpson makes her way down the back straight to get the bell. Down the front straight to get the bell comes Belts. She's about just over half a second up on Simpson. Now half a lap to go. That gap still pretty visible, expanding as we round the bend and come down the front straight towards the line. Belts will post a time, 40.535 seconds. It's in the doping testing. So if you go down the stairs, right to the bottom, and then there's a room on the side.
Okay, I'll grab the food.
Amy Benham out of the gate, the first rider in the Masters Women 5 time trial final. Around the bend she comes now down the front straight. And she will get the bell, 28.429 seconds. Benham now makes her way around the bend and down the back straight. She's got half a lap to go in her race. And she now comes around the banking, down the front straight to the line, and she'll cross the line and set a time of 48.358 seconds to beat. Looks like a bit of trouble in the gate there for Genevieve Jordan on the back straight. Both riders now winding it up. And they make their way down the opposite sides. And it is Jordan just ahead of Goss after the first half lap. They come around now to get the bell. And Gordon splits first. Jordan splits second, down by about half a second. Half a lap to go now between both riders, and Jordan really closing the gap. Around the banking they go, down towards the finish lines, and the first across the line will be Jordan, 40.115 seconds, the new fastest time. Sheridan Hall on the back straight, getting caught on the gate there. Peter Brill getting away without any major problems. Sheridan Hall actually with a pretty good wind-up now. And she comes out ahead of Brill after the first half lap. Hall now makes her way down the back straight to collect the bell. And she comes out just ahead of Brill by about a tenth of a second. Down the opposite straights they go. They've both now got half a lap remaining. Brill still fighting back on Hall. They make their way down the finishing straights towards the line. And Brill will set a time of 40.923 seconds. A tenth down on Hall, who finishes third so far. Sharon McGuigan there on the front straight, just getting caught in the gate. Carolyn Jones making her way down the front straight from the back, and she gets out well ahead of McGuigan after the first half lap. The riders now make their way around the bend and down their respective finishing straights to get the bell. Jones splits fourth, McGuigan splits sixth. McGuigan now down the back straight. Half a lap to go for Jones already. She makes her way around the bend. And now out of the banking towards the finish line, Carolyn Jones will set a time of 42.426 seconds. She slips down into fifth in the end. McGuigan, 42.969 seconds. Sherry-Ann Prosolentis on the front straight, Fiona Vescoli on the back. Vescoli getting away better after the first half lap. She's noticeably in front of Prosolentis. Now down the back straight she goes to get the bell. 1 lap to go and Vescoli splits first. Prosolentis splits third and she's now carrying a bit of speed down the back straight. She gets half a lap to go. That gap has closed to Prosolentis, to Vescoli, sorry, but it is not closing quickly enough. As I say that, she moves herself up into second. Vescoli slips into fourth. Kicking us off for the Masters Women 4 time trial final, it's Petra Anderson. Anderson has to finish to get herself a medal. Half lap to go. 1 lap to go, sorry. 23.220 seconds, the time at the halfway mark. Half a lap now remaining in the race for Anderson as she makes her way around the bend, down the front straight towards the line. She'll cross the line with a time of 40.581 seconds to beat. What do you do with the, what do you do with the previous, like any stuff that you get that you replace? Do you sell it or do you just have it lying around? Both riders starting pretty well. Rebecca Whedon making her way down the back straight ahead of Laurelie Moss by quite some margin. And now she makes her way down the front straight to collect the bell. Splitting first, Moss splitting third at the bell, over a second and a half down on Whedon. Now half a lap to go for Whedon. Moss still winding it up, half a lap to go for her now. Down the front straight comes Whedon, and she will cross the line in first place. Erica Lunny out of the gate, making her way around the bend and down the back straight Down the front straight comes Stevens. Stevens just behind Lunny after the first half lap. Now the bell is going to ring for Lunny. The bell now rings for Stevens. About a second down on Lunny. Lunny gets now half a lap to go. Half a lap to go for Stevens now. Rounding the bend, down towards the finish line. Erica Lunny gets herself a medal. Sarah Stevens in second, currently in a medal position. It all depends on our next heat, where these riders stand. Stoy and Thomas out of the gate there. Stoy ahead of Thomas after the first half lap. And looking strong as she makes her way around the bend and down the finishing straight to collect the bell. 1 lap to go. Stoy splitting first, Thomas splitting third. Down the back straight goes Stoy now. Half a lap to go for her. Half a lap to go now for Gabrielle Thomas. Stoy now making her way down the front straight towards the finish line. And she posts the fastest time, gets herself a gold medal. Thomas gets herself a bronze. Danielle Glasgow out of the gate there. First rider in the Masters Women 2 time trial. Glasgow just has to finish to get herself a medal. And she comes now down the front straight to get the bell. 23.139 seconds the time of her first lap. She now has half a lap remaining. Glasgow around the bend. down the front straight to the line, and she'll cross the line with a time of 40.091 seconds. Sorry? Good starts out of the gate there. Rhiannon Norton on the front straight. Courtney McGowan from the back straight now, making her way round ahead of Norton after the first half lap. McGowan rounds the bend, makes her way down the back straight to get the bell. The two very close together, separated by only 5/100ths of a second. Half a lap to go now, and McGowan starts to slip behind. Rhiannon Norton makes her way around the bend and down the front straight to the line and wins herself a gold medal. Chen and Reed out of the gate for Masters Women 1. The winner of this heat will guarantee herself a medal. Half a lap to go, 1 lap to go, the bell rings. Reed well in front of Chen after lap 1. Half a lap to go for Reed now, and that gap's still very, very prevalent. Reed now rounding the bend, making her way down the back straight towards the line. 36.709 seconds the time for Megan Reed. Ning Chien, 39.594.
Why isn't Jackie racing?
saw her in kit the other day. Emily Williams on the front straight, Ebony Garinchu on the back. Both riders getting away without any major issues. After the first half lap, it's Garinchu out in front of Williams. Now rounding the bend and heading towards the line to get the bell. Garinchu splits second, Williams splits fourth. Now rounding the bend to come down the front straight, Garinchu gets half a lap to go. Half lap to go now for Williams. Garinchu now comes towards the line and she sets a time of 38.561 seconds, the second fastest time so far. And that time by Megan Reid breaks the national record by a second as well, if I'm correct. get underway with our under 15 girls. Kieran, round 2. Isabella Potts leading us onto the bike there, followed by April Paddy. Billy Russell on the wheel of Paddy, looking over her shoulder there at Lucy Allen behind her. Madeline Pitt behind Allen, and then rounding us out at the back, we have Madeline Douglas. The riders are free to move around and change position. One more lap behind the bike. Half a lap behind the bike to go, and it looks like Douglas wants to change her position. We come down the front straight and the bike swings down. Potts still out in front. Down the back straight we go, and Potts swings up. She's going to let Paddy through, maybe looking to take the wheel of Billy Russell. Now she comes forwards, 2 laps to go. It looks like she might have changed her mind and second-guessed the decision to swing up. Over the top comes Potts, and she starts pulling Paddy forwards. Lucy Allen taking the wheel of Paddy, and now the bell rings. Isabella Potts out in front. On her wheel is April Paddy. Paddy now starting to make her way forwards. The top 3 will make their way through to this 1 to 6 final. Around the bend and down the front straight we come. Paddy starts moving forwards. It's Paddy, Potts and Allen that will go through to the final. Pitt, Douglas and Russell will go to the 7 to 12 final. Down the back straight we go. Addison Tor on the front there, Lavinia Ward on her wheel, followed then by Chloe Buckley. Jenna Gallagher on the wheel of Buckley, then Sienna Monteith, then rounding us out at the back we have Alexis Phillips. Picking up a bit of speed as we round the bend and come down the front straight to get 4 to go. Four to go, 3 to go now. The Derny swings down. Down the back straight we go. We've got Ward now moving forwards. Monteith next to Ward, moving forwards now. Over the top goes Gallagher. Monteith still pushing forwards, very high on the track as we go down the back straight. Now we're going to round the bend and come down the front straight. Sienna Monteith out in front. On her wheel is Lavinia Ward. Addison Tor on the wheel of Ward. We come now down the back straight. Gallagher starts to move forwards. Buckley trying to follow the wheel of Gallagher. As we make our way around, it's still Monteith out in front, holding on very well. The Victorians very close for second, and it's Sienna Monteith, Addison Tor and Lavinia Ward that will push through to the 1-6 final. The whistle goes and our riders are away. The first of two heats in the second round of the under-15 boys. Kieran. Luke Rogers on the back of the bike there, followed by Oscar Schoff. Then Max Moore. Ollie Taylor, Mitchell Stretton, and rounding us out at the back is Hunter Wood. So a very strong heat here. We make our way around the bend and down the back straight. The riders are allowed to change position. Four to go. We've got one more lap behind the bike. The group a bit stretched out. Now coming back together, we head down the back straight. Rogers just checking over his shoulder now, making sure that anything happening is not happening without his knowledge. And we get 3 to go. The Derny swings down. Schoff coming over the top there of Rogers. Now he leads down the front straight. We get 2 laps to go. Max Moore now moving forwards as well. Moore starting to slip back as the pace increases. Oscar Schoff still holding the front pretty comfortably. We make our way now down the front straight and the bell rings. Moore moving forwards. Schoff still out in front. Around the bend we go. Schoff kicks again down the back straight. He's really putting these riders behind him under quite a bit of pressure. Moore just trying to hold his position, keeping Rogers boxed in. Rogers now forces himself out of that box. Down the front straight we go to the line. It's Schoff, then Rogers. It is very close for third. No, it wasn't. And there we have the result. Ollie Taylor in third will make it through to the 1-6 final with Oscar Schoff and Luke Rogers. The whistle goes, and leading us onto the bike is Gabriel Jakobsen. On his wheel is Benjamin Cade for South Australia. Following Cade is then William Emeleus, Luca Zucchiati, Lachlan Stewart and Campbell McDowell at the back. Down the back straight we go. One more lap behind the bike. Stewart moving forwards there, trying to come over the top of Emeleus. We now make our way down the back straight and now around the bend. Jakobsen still controlling the front, just keeping an eye on the riders behind, making sure that he's able to react to anything as well as possible. And we round the bend and there's a bit of a speed increase from Benjamin Cade as Jakobsen swings up and takes the wheel of another rider behind. We make our way now down the front straight and get 2 laps to go. Cade well off the front, keeping the pace high. Well on the front, sorry. Now rounding the bend, we come down the front straight. We're going to get the bell. Emeleus just sitting in the wheel of Cade very comfortably. Stewart wants to start to move forward and come over the top. Emeleus now does the same down the back straight. Cade with a lot of pace, but he's starting to slip back. Around the bend we go. Cade starts to fight forwards again. Lachlan Stewart will definitely make it through. Going through as well will be Luca Zucchiati, and William Emeleus, I think, got there in the end as well. Both sides getting out of the gate pretty well there. Ava Robbins leading the Queenslanders as they make their way around the bend and down the back straight. Down the front straight come the riders from the ACT. Natasha Sitsky leads them. Down towards the line they go, and the ACT split in front by almost half a second. Victoria Smith now takes the front for Queensland. We saw her do an incredible stint in the qualifier, making her way around the bend and down the back straight now is Emily Watch to get the bell. Georgia Gardner now coming through. Queensland still lacking behind the ACT, 0.4 of a second to make up, and only half a lap left in the race to do it. Ella Liang leading for Queensland. Down the back straight comes Georgia Gardner for the ACT towards the line, and the ACT will get themselves a bronze medal. New South Wales A and New South Wales B to take the track now for the gold medal final. They never really recovered from the start. The gap was like the same the whole way. Yeah, the ACT just started quickly and just held it. No, this is the gold medal final. Both sides getting away pretty well there. After the first half lap, it's New South Wales A just in front, Sonia Vettish with the better start. Down the front straight we come now, and it does even out. 1/4 of a second the gap between the two teams. Vettish swings up, as does Bradshaw. Now both riders neck and neck again as they come around. Elsie Apps for New South Wales 2, making her way down the back straight now. She swings up and Hayley Dell comes through to replace her. Ebony Robinson comes through to replace Anna Dubier. Down the back straight she goes, half a lap to go for her, and the gap opens up. Robinson will round the bend and come down the front straight. Towards the line go both riders, and Robinson gets herself and her team a gold medal. New South Wales A with a very strong start out of the gate. Patrick May leads them around the bend and down the back straight they go. Quite a lead over the Victorians, being led by Ethan Lesky. Around the bend, down the front straight now come the New South Wales riders, and that gap starts to close, but it is out to a second. Victoria still with a lot of work to do as Tobin Smith takes the front for New South Wales. Bryce Nichols for Victoria leading now towards the line to get the bell. Down the front straight come the Victorians. The gap down by 0.2 of a second, but still very open. Jack Edwards coming down the front straight now. Half a lap to go for both of them. Jeremy Cannon for New South Wales is going to round the bend and come down the front straight to get his team a bronze medal. Strong starts there out of the gate on both sides. Withington pulling away for the ACT, and after the first half lap they are neck and neck. Chris Mullins for Queensland making his way now down the back straight. 2 laps to go and the gap is just over 1/4 of a second in the favour of the ACT riders. Mitch Louis now letting a gap open up after his first half lap. Around the bend and down the front straight come the ACT to get the bell. 1 lap to go and it's Stevens who makes his way down the back straight. Choi with a lot of work to do here. Half a lap to go for him. Down the front straight now comes Stevens all the way towards the line, and he will get himself and his team a gold medal. time trialing Kieran. Jim Lewis coming out of the gate there for the Masters Men 3 time trial final. Down the back straight he goes now. Around the bend and down the front straight. He now gets the bell and starts to settle into his bars. Half a lap to go for Lewis. First rider of several heats in the Masters Men 3. He's going to set a time of 36.751 seconds to beat. Oh, he's got one more lap, sorry. This is a 750-meter race. Around the bend and down the front straight he comes. This says 750 and the timer kept going. So I didn't say he finished when they rung the bell, is that correct?
Sometimes.
He did get the bell off. Jeremy Hopkins not starting, so Bo Hanlon the only rider on the track. Unsure of what will happen to Lewis, having been given the bell on after lap 1. Is he going to get another go? They're just going to say stop. Yeah. I mean, they always say you have to race to the bell. Nothing else matters. Oh yeah. I remember that. Hanlon making his way around the bend and down the back straight. He'll make his way down the front straight now to get 2 laps to go. Halfway through the race now, Hanlon makes his way down the front straight to now get the bell. He splits first, 37.165 his time, 2/3 of the way in. He's now got half a lap left. You can see his cadence start to drop a bit. As he makes his way around the bend, he comes towards the finish line and sets a time of 55.24 seconds to beat. Greg Desnitzer getting out of the gate there. A bit better than Daniel Lopez. After the first half lap, Desnitzer is well ahead of Lopez. Round the bend and down the front straight he comes now. He gets 2 laps to go. He splits second after lap 1. 25.063 the time for Lopez after lap 1. And Desnitzer carrying quite a bit of speed in comparison to his opponent. He'll come down the front straight to get the bell, and he moves himself up into first. Lopez now gets the bell, still in third. Half a lap to go now for Desnitzer. He makes his way around the bend and down the front straight towards the line. And he posts a time of 53.042 seconds. 58.535 seconds the time for for Lopez. They're going to give Jim Lewis another go. They scratched his time for me. Oh yeah, that's yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, no worries. Alright, can someone please send a... Oh, Bear's phone is apparently running it. Oh yeah, I would just in case. What's it plugged into? Oh shit, okay. I'll plug the phone back in. He needs a USB-C cable. Chris Lang making his way down the back straight. David Oliver down the front straight. Lang carrying quite a bit of speed. He makes his way around the bend. And to get the bell now, the bell now rings for David Oliver. Lang moves himself up a spot into second. Yeah, just use those.
But you can't get back up, can you?
Oh, no.
It's alright.
Down the front straight comes Oliver and posts the 4th fastest time. Lang the 1st fastest time so far. Down the front straight now comes Anthony Lane. Peter Macris going down the back straight. And after the first half lap, it's Lane with the better start. Lane just ahead of Macris by 3/10 of a second, sorry. And the two still neck and neck after the next lap. Round they come now to get the bell. Half a lap to go now for both riders. Macris out ahead of Lane, rounding the bend, coming down the finishing straight towards the line. Peter Macris will post the third fastest time so far. Lane the fourth fastest time. I thought he hasn't done that in like years. Nathan Graves and Ryan Bates taking to the track now. Graves on the back straight started for the elite team sprint at Nationals this year. He'll be quite a threat. Ryan Bates came second yesterday in the scratch race. Well-timed start out of the gate there for Graves. Bates getting away well too. And Nathan Graves still pushing ahead very, very quickly. 2 laps to go, he splits first. Bates splits sixth after lap 1. Down the front straight now comes Nathan Graves. He's 1.5 laps down. He's now going to get the bell as he heads down the back straight. Graves slips into third. The bell rings for Ryan Bates. Half a lap to go now for Graves. Bates now with half a lap to go. Nathan Graves makes his way down the back straight towards the line, and he posts a 47.91 second time. Bates moves himself up into second, 51.356. Look at the difference in time between the two riders. And that will be a new national record if it stands by 1/10 of a second. Matthew Gray and Zane Sennett for Masters Men 4-time trial. Gray making his way now down the front straight. 21.344 seconds the time of his first lap. 24.699 the time for Sennett's first lap. He makes his way down the front straight now, as does Gray. And he gets the bell. The bell rings for Sennett now as well. Half a lap to go now for Matthew Gray. Half a lap to go now for Zane Sennett. And Matthew Gray posts a time of 53.23 seconds. Sennett 59.003. 5.8 seconds down. Yeah, it is order. Yeah. Ben Clayton there on the front straight. Josh Rayner on the back straight. Both riders making their way down the opposite sides now, and it's Clayton just in front of Rayner. Down towards the line now. 2 to go for both riders. Clayton splits first. Rayner splits third. We're halfway through now. Rayner makes his way around the bend and down the back straight to get the bell. The bell's already rung for Clayton, who's still holding on to first place. Rayner still in third, but half a lap to go for both riders. Quarter of a lap now for Clayton. He makes his way down the front straight towards the line. Rayner's really brought it back in the last lap, and he moves himself up into second. Clayton slips down into third. We have one more heat left. Andrew Matheson and Hamish Wright will take to the boards. What? Andrew Matheson getting out of the gate a bit better than Hamish Wright there. I think Wright may have just slightly mistimed his start. We come around now to get 2 to go. Matheson splits first, Wright splits fourth after the first lap. Down the back straight goes Matheson. Down the front straight comes Wright. They now go round to collect the bell. Matheson still holding on to first. Wright has slipped down into fifth. Half a lap to go now for Matheson. Half a lap to go now for Hamish Wright. Down the front straight towards the line comes Matheson, and he posts a new fastest time, 50.057 seconds. Taking to the track now, we have the girls in the under 15, 7 to 12 Kieran final. The whistle goes. Billy Russell leading us onto the wheel of the bike there, followed by Chloe Buckley. And then Alexis Phillips, Madeline Douglas, Jenna Gallagher, and Madeline Pitt. 5 laps to go. We come down the front straight to get 4 laps to go. One more behind the bike. Look over the shoulder from Russell, just checking to see if there's any movement behind. We now make our way down the front straight to get 3 laps to go. And the bike swings down. A look over the shoulder from Russell as she leads the riders around the bend. Gallagher now starting to move forwards. Russell still on the front pretty comfortably. Out of the seat there goes Chloe Buckley, just looking to protect her position, stop herself from getting boxed in by any of the other riders. 2 laps to go around the bend, and down the back straight we come. We start to slip back into line as the pace continues to climb. We come now down the front straight to collect the bell. Buckley now out of the seat to try to come forwards over Russell. Down the back straight, Buckley continuing ahead. Now Gallagher trying to come over the top of Buckley. Buckley still in front. Gallagher now moving forwards, and it is Jenna Gallagher who will put herself into 7th place. Up next we have the 1 to 6 final. The whistle goes, and Lavinia Ward is going to lead us onto the wheel of the motorbike as we make our way around and down the back straight. Everyone has fallen into line. Everyone looking relatively comfortable. We come now around to get 5 laps to go. Monteith there looking over the shoulder at the other riders. Moving forwards is Isabella Potts. Lucy Allen just moving up to try to make sure she doesn't get boxed in. We come now down the front straight. Moving forwards right from the back there is Addison Torr. Torr now at the hip of Ward as we make our way around And down the front straight, we get 3 laps to go. Sienna Monteith in a box there as the bike swings down. Monteith will look to try to get herself out of there, either by muscling her way out or by going around. Down the front straight we come. We got 2 laps to go. Isabella Potts out of the seat now, starting to come over the top. April Paddy trying to follow. Onto the wheel goes Ward, followed by Monteith. And now Paddy just starts to slide back around the bend, and down the front straight we come to get the bell. Now Ward now trying to go over the top of Potts. Potts with her elbows out as we make our way down the back straight. Sienna Monteith trying to push forwards as well. Potts slipping back. Ward pushing forwards. Ward now out ahead, but she's starting to fall behind. Down the front straight, Monteith comes forward, and Sienna Monteith will cross the line and crown herself national champion. What did they say? The under-15 boys 7-12 final on the track now. Whistle goes, and Cade is going to lead us onto the wheel of the bike. McDowell following, then Wood on his wheel. Maximus Moore on the wheel of Hunter Wood, followed then by Gabriel Jakobsen and Mitchell Stretton at the back. 5 laps to go. We're free to move around and change position now. You can see Wood there just letting a bit of a gap open up behind him. It's now started to close a bit more. Stretton also moving forwards to try to improve his own position. Wood pushing him up. We get 4 to go. Stretton looking like he wants to take the wheel of Ward. Jakobsen of Wood, sorry. Jakobsen defending it, moving forwards as well. There is more. Down the front straight, we get 3 laps to go, and the bike swings down. Benjamin Cade out in front. Wood up the inside of McDowell. McDowell now with a bit of extra work to do that he won't have wanted. Cade leading into the front straight. Wood now out of the seat to come over the top of him. 2 laps to go. It's a long way to put in an attack, and Cade fights him off down the back straight. Cade out in front, Wood still pushing forwards around the bend. Cade starts to move up again, and he takes the lead as we come into the front straight. Wood kicking forwards again as the bell rings. Jakobsen taking the wheel of Cade up the inside. Wood starts to slip back again. Now Jakobsen out of the seat trying to push himself through. Cade still leading. Jakobsen now gets an opportunity to make his way forwards as Wood slips back, and Benjamin Cade, leading from the front the entire race, will get himself a 7th place.
He talks shit about it, but he like cares so much.
6 laps. Lachlan Stewart is going to lead us onto the back of the Derny. Luca Zucchiati on his wheel, followed by Ollie Taylor. Oscar Schoff on the wheel of Taylor, then Will Emeleus, and then Luke Rogers at the back. Five laps to go. Rogers there trying to just move up a bit. Stewart coming down the front straight to get 4 laps to go. We've got 1 more lap behind the bike. Schoff now starting to follow the wheel of Rogers as he slots himself in behind Zucchiati. Taylor now is trying to push himself forward. We make our way around the bend and down the front straight to get 3 laps to go. And the bike will swing down. Schoff pushing forwards. Zucchiati pushing up, trying to secure his own position, also make the other riders do a bit more work. And Schoff continuing to push over the front. He's really upping the speed. Emeleus trying to follow the wheel of Schoff. And we come down the front straight to get 2 laps to go. Lachlan Stewart in a box, but if Emeleus can't hold his position, Stewart will benefit. As I say that, Stewart opts to take the wheel of Emeleus. We make our way around the bend and down the front straight now to get the bell. Oscar Schoff out in front, Emeleus on his wheel. Now Stewart comes with a lot of speed. Down the back straight we go. Lachlan Stewart flies by on his wheel there. I think that's Ollie Taylor around the bend. Down the front straight we come now. Stewart looking over his shoulder. It doesn't matter though. He crosses the line in first. We'll wait to see what the official result is because he came up out of the sprinters lane in the last few meters up into Luca Zucchiati. watch this. Coming out of the gym. He didn't make it through.
No way.
Yeah. He was in the 7 to 12 one. So Sam Village was like sitting with a hip, and like 3 times in the last 2 laps, Tom just like flicked up like this, like yeah.
Oh yeah, that was. Or you can film.
What? Where you going? Presentation soon. Alright, so they're here in the action. You want to make me on the action?
Wait, Luke, wait.
Could we please get all the under 17 girls to make their way to the front straight? Under 17 girls to the front straight, please.
Yeah, no, I've been doing it.
An announcement to the under 17 boys. The commissars suggest you start warming up because your points race is immediately after the girls' points race.
was still kind of here, and I was just moved up. And I don't know anyone older, but here time we were everything.
How you going, mate? Good to see you.
How's commentating going?
Oh, it's all right. We're getting picked up on it. So don't say anything in English. Just picks up the whole room. On the live stream. And we're away for our neutral lap in the under-17 girls points race final. These girls have 50 laps to race, 12.5 kilometers. The whistle goes, and we see New South Wales start to move towards the front. Down the front straight we come. Sanders there on the front now, Vettish moving forwards. Parslow there swinging up, Sealy Cunnington now on the front. Around the bend we come now with a few riders just with a small gap to the peloton behind. Another small gap opening up between Megan Moore and Sarah Berger, but that's now started to close. The peloton just finding its rhythm at the moment before we get to our first sprint. We come down the front straight now to get 47 to go. Natasha Sitsky now swings up the track, Sarah Berger up the inside. It's now Megan Moore who leads the group, really struggling to find some rhythm and cohesion. No one looking to pull any turns on the front. Sonia Vettish there moving up. Hayley Dell out of the seat to close down the gap to Sybil. Sybil coming down the front straight. Now Berger rolls through, and where the group is stretched out again, Berger swings up. Dell makes her way down the back straight. Now it's Moore who leads us. Moore swings up and Vettish follows. Coming through now on the front is Georgia Gardner. Now it's Quinn Rothenbuehler, Eden Sealy Cunnington, .43 to go. Paige Squire now leads us around for South Australia. And we go down the back straight. You can see Moore in the middle of the bunch there, just looking to improve her position. Down the front straight we come, still on the wheel of Squire as we get 42 to go. Gardner on the wheel of Squire. Down the back straight, another ACT rider moving forwards. That might be Natasha Sitsky. We come down the front straight to get the bell. Sitsky over the top of Squire, and she's really pulling away very quickly. Ava Schmidtke tried to chase, and she quickly slipped back as a rider through the middle there was gaining. Georgia Gardner now leads the chase down the front straight. The points for first will go to Sitsky. Gardner will get second, then Vetish will come through for third. Down the back straight we go. Everyone sits up, allowing the peloton to regroup. No one was looking to keep the pressure on at the front. 39 laps to go. Around the bend, down the front straight we come. And up the inside there, Paige Squire out of the seat to put a bit of pressure on. Quickly covered off by the riders behind. Possibly Bradshaw or Dell making her way onto the wheel of Squire. Berger now leads down the front straight. Checking over her shoulder. She now swings up. We round the bend and now come down the back straight. Slowed down again. Sitsky takes the lead again. We come through to get 36 to go. Eden Sealy-Cunnington now making a move. Sealy-Cunnington, quite an aggressive rider. We saw her take a lap in her scratch race qualifier and put in quite a formidable breakaway in the scratch race final as well. 35 to go, and there's a chase coming now from Pippa Denham from Victoria. Denham making her way down the back straight and quickly closing the gap to Eden Sealy-Cunnington, who moves up the track and sits up to wait for the peloton to come through. Denham out in front. And Denham now swings up the track. Vetish moving up there. Sanders moving up, followed by Moore. And now it's Rothenbuehler. Flick of the elbow there from Sybil. Schmidtke moving up the inside, just looking around at the other riders, making sure she's able to respond to a move as quickly as possible. Schmidtke looks, she sees Vetish starting to move forwards and ups the pace. Bringing Sybil with her, but a small gap opening up to the rest. Sarah Berger now out of the seat looking to close that gap. Megan Moore trying to push forwards for Queensland. Anna Dubier coming forwards as well. Moving forwards as well there is Georgia Gardner down the front straight. Gardner with a good bit of speed over the top as the bell rings again. Hayley Dell with even more though. Dell now down the back straight, continuing to pull away. Gardner with a bit of work to do. Sanders trying to push herself up into the points. Around the bend and down the front straight we come, and Dell will definitely get her the points first. Gardner will hold on for second. Dubier for third and Vetish for fourth. And I think that'll put Georgia Gardner up into first place. Up the inside there goes Dubier. 29 laps to go, so we're about 40% of the way through. We now come down the back straight. And Eden Sealy-Cunnington makes another move. 28 to go, she's pulling away from the peloton. The peloton reluctant to chase, and I think she's seen this, she's going to commit. And now here comes a response from the peloton in the form of Elsie Apps. Down the front straight we come, we get 27 laps to go. Eden Sealy-Cunnington well away. Apps now trying to chase. She looks across and sees a poor reaction from the peloton and is going to commit, I think. As I say that, she moves up the track to wait. Eden Sealy-Cunnington does the same, who was almost half a lap up at that point. She moves back down to continue her commitment to the move. 26 to go, she's lost a bit of ground there. Ava Schmidtke rolling up the track, the bunch losing its momentum Eden Sealy-Cunnington again swinging up to wait and again having to come back down and opting to push on. 25 laps to go. Sarah Berger now coming through. Short turn from Quinn Rothenbuehler behind. Elsie Apps now swinging up. 24 to go for Sealy-Cunnington. Her gap about a straight's length. 24 laps remaining. Sybil there moving up the track. Megan Moore coming through and just putting a bit of pressure on Schmidtke by the looks of it. Down the back straight we come now. Eden pushing on to get 23 to go. .23 to go now for the peloton, who are slowly increasing their speed, but not yet putting in a chasing effort for Sealy-Cunnington. Sealy-Cunnington to the top of the track and again back down. 22 to go. Sealy-Cunnington getting more and more nervous. I think a big move from the peloton will ruin this gap, and I think she's worried that her attempt at a breakaway will be in vain. But there's still no action from the peloton yet. Vettish now makes a move down the back straight. Eden Sealy-Cunnington comes through to get the bell. Vettish with a lot of speed coming down the front straight, pulling away from the peloton riders behind her. 21 to go for the under-17 women. Down the back straight now. Eden Sealy-Cunnington with a very big gap. She'll stay on the front and get the points for first, moving herself up several places. Vettish will come through, get the points for second, the points for third going to Dubier. Now moving up the inside there, a rider from New South Wales. That could be Hayley Dell. .20 to go. Rothenbuehler on the front. Now Sitsky. The whole bunch sitting pretty high on the track. No one really interested in, again, working on the front. .18 laps remaining. And now moving forwards. Madeleine Wasserbeck on the front for South Australia. Now Rothenbuehler. Now Sitsky. Moore now leads down the back straight. Out of the seat goes Megan Moore. Dubier pulls a pretty short turn and rolls up the track, bringing a South Australian with her in the form of Thunderberg, I think. Now Dubier up the inside. The bunch coming all back together. The front rider's a little bit strung out, but everyone pretty calm at the moment. Sitsky now moving forwards. 15 to go. Moore now moving forwards. Down the back straight. The group really has slowed down now as we get 14 to go. You can feel the tension building up. Everybody waiting for someone else to do something. Chloe Pracht there, up towards the fence now. And now out of the seat comes one of the South Australians down the front straight with a good bit of a turn of speed to get 13 to go. That's Madeleine Wasserbeck. And she now rolls up. Coming through is one of her teammates. Through down the bottom is Chloe Pracht with quite a bit of force. Pracht pulling away. Sanders over the top, looking to chase her down. Down the front straight we go now. 12 laps to go. Amelie Sanders closing the gap to Chloe Proct, and now making her way over the top as we head down the back straight. Sanders out in front, Proct slipping back. Sanders still holding a lead, starting to pull a rider away with her. We come down the front straight to get the bell. 11 laps to go. On the wheel of Sanders is Hayley Dell for New South Wales. Now Georgia Gardner putting herself up in the mix. Down the back straight we go, and Gardner starting to come over the top. There's a move up the inside from another New South Wales rider. Sanders leading down the front straight, still with a good bit of pace, but Dubier will get there first. And we've got a lead group of about 6 or 7, but none of them interested in turning that into a proper group. They would have all been probably able to take a lap. They're going to wait for the peloton to catch. Niamh Parslow now up the inside, taking the front. Parslow swings up. Eden Sealy-Cunnington makes another move. She's going to bring Parslow with her. No reaction from the bunch yet. 8 laps to go. And Parslow actually over the top to counter-attack Eden Sealy-Cunnington. Calls for action from the spectators there. We come down the front straight. Parslow on the front. Sealy-Cunnington now bridging to her teammate. We've got a move from 2 New South Wales riders as well. Robinson swinging up, making her way onto the wheel of Apps, who quickly swings back down onto the wheel of Robinson. Maybe looking to just follow her teammate. Apps now leads the chase. Sealy-Cunnington leads the break around, and now down the back straight. The chasers are going to wait for the peloton. Sealy-Cunnington leads now around the bend. Parslow comes through up the inside, and the gap is continuing to open in the favour of the Queenslanders. 5 laps to go. Parslow swings up, makes her way onto the wheel of Sealy-Cunnington. Sybil flicks her elbow and rolls up the track. It's still very much anyone's race. Gardner and Dubier tied for first, but only a few points ahead of their competitors. 4 laps to go. A win in the next sprint for Sealy-Cunnington could mean a win in the race overall, depending on how the others place. Down the back straight we come now. Sealy-Cunnington swings up. Parslow rolls through. More on the front for the peloton. Not chasing. Now there's a move from New South Wales. Parslow swings up, makes her way onto the wheel of Sealy-Cunnington. They go down the back straight. More again on the front. Still no chasing from the peloton. As our leaders come through, they've got almost just over a quarter of a lap. A gap between themselves and the peloton behind. That gap starting to close as Schmidtke puts in a move to chase. Down the back straight, Ava Schmidtke really closing that gap very quickly. Niamh Parslow out on the front with Eden Sealy-Cunnington on her wheel. The bell now rings. Niamh Parslow leads. Eden Sealy-Cunnington right behind her. Ava Schmidtke trying to chase. Now Parslow pulls away. Sealy-Cunnington trying to follow. Parslow makes her way around the bend into the finishing straight. She'll take the points for first, but it's a question of how long Sealy-Cunnington can hold on. Down the front straight, out of the seat for another surge. Sealy-Cunnington will cross the line and take the points for second. I think Dubier might have won that race. We'll see what the official result is. Eden won that sprint, I think she would have won the race.
No, she wouldn't.
No,
She
no,
only have
no.
10 points.
So no one else has 10 points.
Yeah, but like 3 other people had none.
Yeah, so she would have won because she would have been on 10.
They could have gotten close as well.
No, they didn't. I don't think they did. Maybe Anna Dubia got 1 point, but then Eden Sealy Cunnington would have won because she finished ahead. So Eden would have won regardless if Neve basically let her win.
Yeah. She got third.
And there is the provisional result up on the board. Anna Dubier, national champion. Georgia Gardner with silver. Eden Sealy Cunnington with bronze. Do you know my pendants? Oh, it's in my pocket.
There's gonna be more if you want to get like depending on how many people you're going to get the shot.
Huh?
Last race for evening.
Yeah. Well, not for the day,
Not for the day.
because they've got masters.
Early masters today.
Yeah. And our under 17 boys roll away for their points race final.
Give it
50 laps, we have 24 riders or 22 riders? 22 riders. The whistle now goes to start us off. New South Wales leading us around. A look over the shoulder before our lead rider swings up. That's Jeremy Cannon. Now Liam Galtman. Now Patrick May. Look over the shoulder from Toby Jones as he swings up. Now Lachlan Walters. 48 to go. Walters there putting in a bit of a surge. And Alex Hughes comes through. Hughes swings up and William Brown comes through. Now Guglielmucci. Coming down the front straight, it's Jonas Shelverton who moves up the track. Flick of the elbow from Luca Lancaster. And we come around the bend with Bailey McDonald on the front. Starting to pick up a little bit of speed. Look over the shoulder from Cannon before he swings up the track. Short turn from Shipkovsky behind. And Washington with a bit of a surge. Down the back straight we go. Washington now swings up. Finkbeiner follows. Now Shipkovsky. Flick of the elbow for McDonald. Now moving up is Brown. Inch, Hughes, Lang now on the front. And we make our way down the front straight to get 44 laps to go. Flick of the elbow from Toby Jones in second wheel. So Sam Washington just having to close that gap. Around the bend and down the front straight, we get 43 laps to go. You can see how much more strung out the group is in comparison to the girls. Lang on the front. And now Jones moving forwards down the back straight. And we come now down the front straight to get the first bell of the race. Washington out in front, he's carrying a lot of speed, and Jones starts to slip back. Hughes racing forward with a lot of pace over the top of Washington. Washington trying to hold him off down the front straight. Alex Hughes will take the points for first. Sam Washington the points for second, followed by Patrick May. And then the point for fourth, I think, will go to Ollie Jirovic. Coming through there is Finkbeiner, I think. Walters making his way around. He's keeping the pressure on, not letting anyone recover after that sprint. Pulls a few riders with him, but a lot of them reluctant to work. Shipkovsky now for Western Australia comes through, 38 laps to go. Now it's Donovan Inch leading down the back straight. Flick of the elbow from William Brown. Shelverton rolls up. It's now one of the New South Wales riders on the front after Toby Jones swings off. Hughes swings up and a gap is opening up and no one wants to chase it down. So everyone who's in second wheel is just swinging up the track, and Liam Galtman decides to use this to his advantage, and he's going to put in a chase. Down the front straight, Liam Galtman with quite a gap to the riders behind, 35 laps remaining. At the head of the chase is Luca Lancaster. Lancaster swings up, short turn from Guglielmucci. Sam Washington now moves up the track. Bailey McDonald in front. Now Hayden Stevens flicking his elbow. Sam Washington pulling a short turn behind. 34 laps remaining. And coming down the back straight, we have Galtman on his own. He sees the gap starting to close as I think that's Porter White takes the front. White swings up, flicks his elbow. Walters now coming through for Queensland. He pulls Shelverton with him as well as Jirovic when he swings up the track. And everyone moves up pretty high. We all come back together. Coming down the front straight now. Look over the shoulder from Finkbeiner. He moves up the track. Shelverton now comes through. Shelverton still leading into the bell, and he goes out of the seat to up the pace. The bell rings. Right on his wheel is Jirovic, followed by Jones. Hughes moving forwards again very quickly. Shelverton just trying to hold on to his place, keep himself as far forwards as possible. Hughes towards the line and gets himself another set of points. And pushing on away from the others is Hayden Stevens for the ACT. He's going to commit to a solo move here. 29 to go. And we make our way around the bend and down the back straight with Stevens. The chasing effort coming from Ethan Lang for Queensland. Lang now swings up. 28 to go. Now Galtman moves up, White in front, and Stevens is going to wait. May swings up the track. McDonald now out in front. And we come down the front straight and everyone pulling some pretty short turns. Washington will move up the track now for Shipkovsky to come through. .26 laps remaining. Porter White now starting to pull away. Broxham leading the chase. Broxham is going to wait for the peloton, and White deciding to just stick to the move on his own. He looks over his shoulder to see how far away the peloton is. 25 laps remaining. Walters out in front. He's holding the bunch up. And over the top there goes Galtman with a lot of speed. Galtman interested perhaps in a dual breakaway move. Donovan Inch there leading the chase for Western Australia. Sam Washington over the top of Patrick Shipkovsky to follow. Going away as well there is Cooper Finkbeiner. Washington now down the back straight. Finkbeiner on his wheel. Inch waiting for the peloton to come. White coming down the front straight now to get 23 to go. Finkbeiner leads the chase. Now Stevens, the lack of cohesion slows them all down. Nobody wants to chase, and so White just continues to stick to the rhythm he's set himself and try to hope that it keeps him away long enough to at least get some points for first and move himself up into second. Down the back straight, Toby Jones at the front. He's not going to lead a chase. The bell now rings for Porter White. Down the front straight we come, 21 laps to go. Sam Washington starting to come over the top and make his way forwards. Down the back straight, Washington trying to come over the top of Wood, and it's working so far. Down the front straight towards the line, and Washington will get the points for second. White getting the points for first, and White now waiting for the chasing riders to catch him. And the question now is who's going to counter? It's looking like Lachlan Walters, especially so with very few riders interested in chasing it down while it's still manageable. Two of them that are interested though are Hayden Stevens and one of the riders from Victoria, possibly Oliver Beaton. Ty Hindle, away with this trio. Stevens now out in front. The gap shrinking to the peloton, and it looks like they're going to get caught. Walters knows this. He's going to wait. And the rest see it coming. Stevens doesn't want it to happen though, and Stevens is going to push away. Shelverton swings up the track. Inch now coming through. Is it too cold? Shipkovsky now leads the chase down the back straight, and Stevens is going to wait. We'll come around to get 15 to go, and Toby Jones is in front. Flick of the elbow from Alex Hughes. Now Jonas Shelverton leads. We come around now down the front straight. We got 14 laps to go. Will Brown is just slipping back there, taking the wheel of Jonas Shelverton, having come off the front. Flick of the elbow from Toby Jones, who now leads. Sam Washington pulls Ollie Jurovic up with him. Donovan Inch moves forwards now. Up the inside goes Patrick Shipkovsky for Western Australia. 12 laps to go, and Lachlan Walters puts in a move. He's pulling a few riders away with him very well. That gap is opening pretty quickly. Jonas Shelverton trying to stop it. Down the front straight we come to get the bell. 11 laps to go. Walters still out in front. May on his wheel, followed by Hughes. Down the back straight we go. Hughes now starting to come forwards. May just staying on the wheel of Walters. Walters trying to hold off Hughes, but Hughes pushes forwards as he comes down the front straight. He'll take the points for first. The points for second going to May. The points for third to Walters. And it looks like these riders are going to commit to a move away. May not interested though. Hughes swings up. He's going to wait for the peloton to catch. Walters isn't though. Now he changes his mind as he comes down the front straight. We get 9 laps to go. Rounding the bend and coming down the back straight. A look over the shoulder from Ethan Lang. Alex Hughes on 15 points has now won this race, provided he finishes on the same lap as the peloton. 8 to go. Ethan Lang leads down the back straight. And Toby Jones there moving up the inside. Seven laps now remaining, and Toby Jones pushing on. Down the front straight we come to get 6 laps to go. Donovan Inch leads a trio of breakaway riders. Toby Jones now at the front of it. We now head around the bend. Now down the front straight. 5 laps remaining in this race. Ty Hindle on the back of Toby Jones there. Donovan Inch out in front. Down the back straight now, a move coming from one of the ACT riders. He comes down the front straight. That's Bailey McDonald now out off the front. Down the front straight. 3 to go. Jones still out in front. Taj Hindle coming through now. And Donovan Inch now leading down the front straight to get 2 to go. Our trio still well away. That is starting to close though, as Bailey McDonald leads. McDonald now swings up. Ethan Lang at the front of the chasers. Around the bend, down the front straight we come. Toby Jones out in front. He's not going to want to swing up now. The bell rings for our trio of breakaway riders. Over the top there goes Stevens for the ACT. He's got a lot to gain from the points here. Down the back straight we go with everybody. Around the bend, down the front straight. Toby Jones makes his way forwards to the line and will take the points for first, but it's Alex Hughes who crowns himself national champion. A nice congratulation from Sam Washington and from his fellow riders. Very good effort. set them across.
moving into the Masters and just taking a few.
Would you mind repeating that, please? We go next to the Masters Men 2 time trial. Yeah. Okay. After presentations, we will go into a break, and the second session will start at 3:15. After the first lap, it is Ash Brazell ahead of Brett Schnitzerling. That gap continuing to open. And after the next lap, that gap out to about a second and a half. Brazell making his way now down the back straight. Down the front straight comes Schnitzerling. These riders have a full kilo to do. So Brazell now gets the bell. Schnitzerling gets the bell now himself. Half a lap now to go for Ash Brazell. Half lap to go now for Brett Schnitzerling. And down the front straight towards the line, Brazell will cross and set a time of 105.077 seconds. Lockie Cameron and Jack Campbell the next to take the track.
How's it going, guys?
Yes.
Cheers, later.
See you, mate.
Thanks for your help, Harry.
All good.
Well, we're back at 3:15. So at the moment, all done. We're not finished yet. So now,
Session close 2 p.m.
yeah, but we're running behind. Is that supposed to be this? Lockie Cameron and Jack Campbell out of the gate there. After the first half lap, it's Campbell well ahead of Cameron. And after the first full lap, Campbell splits second and Cameron splits fourth. Campbell now rounding the bend. Down the back straight he goes. Splits third. Cameron staying in fourth, so Campbell just losing a place there. Now down the front straight comes Lockie Cameron to collect the bell. He's starting to close the gap to Jack Campbell. Half a lap to go now for both riders, and it's Cameron out in front of Campbell now. Campbell starting to feel the pain, not able to continue with the pace with which he set out. And the places switch. Lockie Cameron with the third fastest time so far. Jack Campbell with the fourth fastest so far.
Yeah. Being well, it's like the grandparents are like, oh, what's going on? Why are they? Aren't they supposed to be doing? Yeah. Or you're like, touch a photo of the kids sitting in the chairs so they know what's happening.
Brad Norton and Ross Taylor on the track now. After the first half lap, it's Norton ahead of Taylor. Both riders now starting to sit down and settle into the pace that they've set themselves. Norton splitting first, Taylor splitting fifth, and Norton really carrying a lot of speed as he makes his way around the bend. And now down the front straight, he'll collect the bell. He'll get 2 to go, sorry. 33.959 seconds, the time at the halfway mark for the Shepparton rider. Taylor now makes his way down the front straight. So does Norton. 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go now for Ross Taylor. Half a lap to go for Norton. Norton really carrying a lot of speed. He makes his way down the front straight towards the line. Posts a time of 1:03.094 seconds. So if that time stands, that'll be a new national record for Brad Norton. A record that he set himself 2 years ago in Melbourne. This is just for juniors, so it finishes with
Right there with your arm goes. Your arm on the back.
Alex Schaffer and Luke Giliogli. After the first lap, it's Schaffer out in front by quite some margin. But we've seen before how a good start might lead to a bad finish. Down the front straight comes Schaffer now. And he splits first. Gilioli now splitting second. 4 seconds down, or 3.5 seconds down. Down the front straight comes Giloli. Down the back straight comes Schaffer to get the bell. Giloli now gets the bell himself. Down the back straight goes Schaffer. Around the bend he comes. And into the finishing straight towards the line. He'll cross the line with a time of 1:06.884. Josh Gluhak and Daniel Swanbury coming out of the gate now. And Hack with the better start after the first half lap. He makes his way now around the bend and down the front straight. 3 laps to go, 19.595 seconds. The time for Gluhak after lap 1. Rounding the bend and coming down the front straight. Hack now is going to split first again. Swanbury is splitting third after his second lap. So we're halfway through. Gluhak making his way now around the bend, down the front straight, and he'll get the bell. 49.1 seconds with 1 lap to go. Hack now makes his way out of the bank, down the back straight. He's got now half a lap to go. Swanbury now with half a lap to go. Towards the finishing line comes Gluhak, and he'll cross the line with a time of 105.346 seconds. Swanbury 108.667.
The switcher took it and put it on the scoreboard. I'm like, the other guy's still riding, you know. You have to watch him cross the line.
Jim Lewis for Masters Men 3 taking to the track now for his sprint.
Our presentation, then we have a break. So when you're having a break, we're having a break. And then we come back to the So we're here till 6:45 tonight. So you guys let me know. Let's see how you go. I'll come back up after the break. Yeah, so see, and I'll talk to you while we're down there. Yeah, so it's scheduled to start at 3 minutes now.
Lewis coming well out of the gate there. No major problems in his start. He now makes his way around the bend and down the back straight. Half a lap down. He now makes his way down the front straight to get 2 laps to go. And he splits 8th after lap 1. Lewis now rounding the bend and coming down the back straight. He's halfway through his race. And he'll make his way down now across the line to get the bell. Moves himself up 1 place into 7th. Lewis now rounding the bend and coming down the back straight for the final time. He's got half a lap to go. And he'll make his way down the front straight and across the line with a time of 52.784 seconds. The track is now open for warm-up and will close at 3:15 for the next events.
It'll close at 3:10. Sorry,
3:10, sorry, for a 3:15 start.
Okay, they're doing presentations now. You better get ready.
What race is this? We now go to the presentations for the under-17 boys team sprint. In third place and winners of the bronze medal representing New South Wales, Patrick May, Tobin Smith and Jeremy Cannon. In second place and winners of the silver medal, Sam Hilditch, Chris Mullins, Mitch Louie and Tom Choi. And in first place, winners of the gold medal and your national champions, representing the ACT, Angus Withington, Bailey McDonald and Hayden Stevens. And we go next to the under-17 girls team sprint presentations. In third place and winners of the bronze medal representing the ACT, Natasha Sitsky, Emily Watch, Georgia Gardner and Sarah Berger. In second place and winners of the silver medal representing New South Wales, Milan Bradshaw, Elsie Apps and Hayley Dell. And in first place, winners of the gold medal and your national champions representing New South Wales, Sonia Vettish, Anna Dubier and Ebony Robinson. Moving on to the under-15 girls Kieran presentations. In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Queensland, Isabella Potts. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing Victoria, Lavinia Ward. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion representing Queensland, Sienna Monteith. We go now to the under 15 boys Kieran presentations. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Queensland, Oscar Schoff. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing New South Wales, Luca Zuccati. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, representing Victoria, Lachlan Stewart. Moving on to the under 17 girls points race presentations. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Queensland, Eden Seeley-Cunnington. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing the ACT, Georgia Gardner. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, representing New South Wales, Anna Dubier. We can go now to the under 17 boys points race presentations. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Western Australia, Sam Washington. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Queensland, Toby Jones. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, representing Queensland, Alex Hughes. We can go now to the Masters Women 7. Oh, we can't. No, sorry.
Just hang on a minute, mate.
Oh, so we now have presentations for the girls team pursuit. No, I got a text saying after team pursuit boys, team pursuit girls, and then overall, but I don't know where. The overall team winner of the Junior National Championships will be presented now. And your winner is Queensland. This is the text message I got.
Oh, overall team.
Yeah, but I don't know what. Is that based on team pursuit or something?
No, it's the overall team that won the championship.
What's team pursuit girls and team pursuit boys?
Yeah, it is. She's got different needs.
Oh, Queensland wins all of them.
Now, just please stay there, please.
Please stay there, Queensland, because you also win the national championships for the girls team pursuit, the overall team, and the boys team pursuit. Wish I'd been briefed on that before they were doing presentations.
Wow, that's pretty. You're setting them up for manual flow as well.
Up next, we have the presentations for the Masters Women's 7-time trial. In second place and winner of the silver medal, Deborah Cools. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, Julie Barnett. Moving on to the Masters Women 6 time trial presentations. Masters Women 4 time trial presentations. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, Laurelie Moss. In second place and winner of the silver medal, Petra Anderson. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, Rebecca Whedon. We can go now to the Masters Women 3 time trial presentations. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, Gabrielle Thomas. In second place and winner of the silver medal, Erica Lunny. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, Sandra Stoy. Going now to the Masters Women 2 time trial presentations. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, Courtney McGowan. In second place and winner of the silver medal, Danielle Glasgow. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, Rhiannon Norton. We can go now to the Masters Women 1 time trial presentations. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, Ning Chien. In second place and winner of the silver medal, Ebony Garinchu. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, Megan Reid. We can go now to the Masters Men 4 time trial presentations. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, Josh Rayner. In second place and winner of the silver medal, Matthew Gray. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, Andrew Matheson. I know, I wish there was like a union we could join or something. Moving on to the Masters Men 3 time trial presentations. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, Chris Lang. In second place and winner of the silver medal, Ryan Bates. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, Nathan Graves. Moving to the Masters Men 2 time trial presentations. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, Brett Schnitzerling. In second place and winner of the silver medal, Ash Brazel. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, Brad Norton. Moving on to the Masters Men 1 time trial presentations. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, Daniel Swanbury. In second place and winner of the silver medal, Alex Schaffer. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, Josh Gluhack. Sorry? The break is 8 minutes. The break is going to be 8 minutes. And we're an hour and a quarter over time. And that concludes the presentation and the first session of the day. We'll be back at 1:15 for the second session. That also concludes the Junior National Championships. Thank you all very much to the juniors who came along. Every time the ACT team have raced, they've broken their own state record. And apparently they're faster than the under 19s. So very good effort to the riders from the ACT there.
My phone had died on him. I said, send me all the details.
Oh, yeah.
My phone died. There we are. We haven't got it right.
I'm going to get us our food. There's hot food. Sorry, would you mind just moving away from the podium camera so that the live stream can see the South Australians on the podium? I don't know her name. Thank you.
Can Masters Men 3 please make their way to the starting gates?
Down the front straight we come. And the Derny swings down as we get 3 laps to go. Chris Lang leads us there. Down the back straight now. We're starting to build a little bit of speed. Lang still out in front, just keeping the pressure on from his position. And now moving forwards is Michael Cook. Cook taking the wheel of Lang as Lang accelerates. Around the bend we come. And now down the front straight to get the bell. 1 lap to go. Chris Lang still out in the front. But Michael Cook now starting to make a move. Down the back straight we go. Out of the seat for another kick from Lang. Cook moving forwards though. Cook coming over the top. Lang starting to fight back. And it's Cook and Lang that will cross the line in first and second and move through to the 1 to 6 final. Yeah, I always see him at pretty much any event. The whistle goes, and leading the Masters Men 5 riders onto the bike is Chris Ling. On his wheel, Kyle Hester, followed at the back by John Dickinson. Five laps to go. Down the front straight now, we've got one more lap behind the bike. Building up speed still, we round the bend and make our way down the front straight to get 3 laps to go. Chris Ling still leads. We make our way around the bend and down the back straight. Hester on the wheel of Ling. We now come down the front straight to get 2 laps to go. Dickinson there putting himself up a little bit higher. And now as we make our way down the back straight, he starts to move forwards. Ling still holding his position though. The top 2 will go through to the final. The bell rings. Down the back straight now. Ling again out in front, just putting in another kick, and he starts to pull away from the other riders. It becomes a race for second. We make our way down the front straight. Hester comes forward. Dickinson comes forward. It's very close on the line for second. I think Dickinson might have got there, but we'll wait for the official result from the comms. Oh yeah, it was for second. Dickinson did get there, and so Chris Ling and John Dickinson will get through to the next round. No. What did I say? Masters Men 5 on the track in the second heat for the Kieran round 1. It's going to be Jay Dorraboom to lead us onto the Derny as it comes around. Down the front straight, the Derny comes, our riders are away. Dorraboom leads onto the wheel of the bike, followed by Matthew Glanville, Duncan McDonald, and at the back, Scott Slade. Five laps to go. The riders are free to change position. Dorraboom still out in front, sitting pretty comfortably, just focused on the wheel of the bike. We make our way now down the front straight to get 4 to go. We're picking up a bit of speed now. Round the bend and down the front straight we come. Durney swings down. Doroboom out in front. Just keeping an eye on the riders behind him. Two to go, we're picking up a bit of pace now. Around the bend and down the back straight we go. Doroboom out of the seat to put in a kick. Round the bank we go, down the front straight now. We're going to get the bell. There it rings. Glanville struggling to hold the wheel of Doroboom. Scott Slade now following the wheel of Duncan McDonald and trying to get over the top. McDonald with a lot of speed now coming towards Doroboom. Doroboom still away in front, and Doroboom and McDonald will put themselves through to round two. Mastersmen 6 now to take the track for their first round. Leading us onto the wheel of the bike is Alan Townsend. Everyone just falling into line pretty easily. And the first lap is now over. The riders are free to change position. Four to go, one more lap behind the bike. A bit of a gap opening up between Pereira and Hendren there. Now it's starting to close. Again, the top two will make it through to the 1 to 6 final. And the others will go to the repechage. The bike now swings down as we get 3 to go. Down the back straight we come. Now down the front straight. We get 2 laps to go. And Slaughter starts to move forwards. Townsend still holding strong on the front though. He starts to come down the front straight and he's stretching this group out. The bell rings. Townsend pushing hard out in front. William Pereira right on his wheel, moving forward as well is Shane Hendren. Townsend going to hold on to the line. Hendren moves forwards, but he can't get over the top of Pereira in time. And so Pereira will make it through to the 1-6 final with Alan Townsend.
Song's currently playing. Song's currently playing.
Sunshine of Your Love by Cream.
Yeah. You know what you need to do? You need to play something for you.
Like Everybody Needs Somebody from the Blues Brothers movie.
Let's play that one again. Why didn't I think of that? No, we need to put on the Just Dance 2022. All of those.
The whistle goes, and Andrew Stevenson leads off the line. Five laps to go. First lap behind the bike over. The riders are free to move around. We come down the front straight to get 4 laps to go. We've got one more behind the bike. Down the back straight we go now. And we now start to make our way around the bend. For the Derny to swing down, we have 3 laps to go. Andrew Stevenson leading down the back straight. Around the bend and down the front straight we go. We get 2 laps to go. Tim Matthews just looking over his shoulder, trying to protect his position in second as Searle starts to move forwards. One to go. And the bell rings. We start to get an acceleration. Searle and Matthews pushing against each other. They head down the back straight and Searle now starts to move forwards. Over the top he goes. The 2 leaders now side by side down into the front straight, and Stevenson and Searle will push through to the 1-6 final. Up next we have Masters Women 4 and 5 in their round 1. Kieran. Online it says 4 and 5. Yeah, that's 4 and 5 on the back.
Yeah, you're right. And then it's program maybe there's one that was free.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe some riders pulled out or something so they can go straight to the final. Because we don't have a round 1 for the 1 and 3.
Yeah, oh, maybe, yeah, that's right. Maybe that's what I'm talking about today.
Right, right, right. Anderson on the front, on the wheel of the bike at the moment. Prosolentis on her wheel, followed by Jordan. Then Moss with Brill at the back. We start to make our way down the front straight. And we get 3 laps to go. The bike comes down. Petra Anderson leads. We now make our way down the back straight. Down the front straight now. We get 2 to go. Anderson still pushing on ahead. We now start to come down the back straight. Anderson really keeping the pressure on. A few riders there looking like they wanted to make a move, but just haven't been able to come forwards. The bell now rings. Anderson still out in front. Now Moss makes a move. Over the top, she's carrying a lot of pace. Anderson tries to follow. Nobody able to go with the move, and Moss will make her way down the front straight and qualify for the 1 to 6 final, as will Petra Anderson.
How did you say Sherry Ann's last name?
Prosolentis. The bike now starts to make its way around for the second heat in the Masters Women 4 to 5. Kieran Vanessa Goss out in front. Down the front straight now, we get 5 laps to go. So with the first lap over, the riders are free to move around. No one opting to do so. Sharon McGuigan there at the back, just out of the seat. She moves high a little bit. Around the bend and down the front straight we now come. The bike swings down and Goss still leads, Hall on her wheel, followed by Viscoli, then Whedon, then McGuigan. 2 laps to go. We're still strung out. Goss just trying to put the pressure on at the front, make it as difficult as possible for people to overtake, especially at the back. Whedon is going to try though. We come down the front straight now and it's Goss still leading. The bell rings. Whedon now starting to come forwards. Goss holding onto her position. Now Hall pushes up and starts to move herself towards the front. Hall in second at the moment. Up the inside there goes Viscoli. Down the front straight we come towards the line, and it's Goss and Hall that will make it through. What? Who's probably eating while he was there? The Masters Men 5 repechage will not take place. One of the riders is withdrawing. So if you are in the Masters Men 5 Kieran repechage, you have automatically qualified for the 1 to 6 final. And if we could please have the Masters Men 6 Kieran repechage to marshalling, that would be good. The commissaires would be very grateful, please. We now have the Masters Men 3 Kieran repechage. The first of two. The first two in this race will make it through to the 1 to 6 final. We come down the front straight to get 4 laps to go. We've got one more lap behind the bike. David Oliver on the back of the bike, followed by Simon Wallace on the wheel of Wallace. There is Bo Hanlon. 3 to go. We come down to the bottom of the track. Jim Lewis on the wheel of Hanlon, followed then by Desnitzer and Lane at the back. Now over the top and coming down the front straight is Wallace. As we get 2 laps to go, he starts to put the pressure on. Oliver slips to the back. Around the bend, down the front straight we go. And now the bell rings. Out of the seat there goes Wallace, just trying to keep the pace high. Bates with a lot of pace down the back straight. He starts to move forwards. Wallace holding his position. And as we round the bend and come down the front straight, Hanlon starts to push forwards. And I think Hanlon might get himself up into second there. Wallace will definitely go through between Hanlon and Bates on who else will go to the 1 to 6 final. We now have the Masters Men 6 Kieran repechage. overtime, and the break was supposed to be an hour.
They really don't give you guys much in the way of comms or.
Yeah. Also the yeah. There's
If they gave us a half-hour break, we will lose students.
I'm always kind of sitting there and I'm like, I don't want to come up here because I don't want to. Because there's usually people in here. I'm like, oh well, I'm just an extra body. Take that room, but.
the whistle goes, and the bike rolls through. Andrew Slaughter on the wheel of the bike. Behind him is Bradley Selwood, followed by Shane Hendren, and then at the back, Tim Matthews. Five laps to go. We now start to make our way down the back straight. We're picking up speed a little bit. No riders opting to make any changes to their position. One more lap behind the bike. It now makes its way down the back straight. Down the front straight we come. We get 3 laps to go and the bike swings down. Selwood just off the back of Slaughter. We get 2 to go. Now down the back straight. Hendren starts to move forwards. Now down the front straight we come. The bell rings. Now down the back straight you see Hendren starts to push forwards over the top of Slaughter. The two side by side, and Hendren now starts to slip back. Towards the line we come. And it's Andrew Slaughter that'll make his way through alongside Shane Hendren. Because that's how you're supposed to pronounce the UI sound for Dutch surnames. My flatmate Ava, his last name was Slaus. Slaus. His surname is Slaus. His first name is Aber. Aber Slaus. Oh, I don't know if he's Dutch or Australian. But I thought, considering he's not a junior, he'll probably be more likely to be Dutch, I guess.
Mrs. Franks, tell her.
We now go to the Masters Women 4 and 5 rapid charge. the riders racing in the Masters Men 1. Kieran, please make your way to marshalling soon. Event 116, Masters Men 1, Kieran. Commissaires would like to see you pretty soon. When I was a junior in first and under 15s, Brooke and Izzy bought a koala, and we had a mascot called Dusty the koala, and they would bring it to races and stuff, like even around like not just nationals then, but just like summer series, for example. They would just have it sitting there, and then he had his own Instagram account, and Dusty the koala would post from his adventures around the Queensland road races. Yeah.
That would have been. Was he in the 17?
15, she would have been 15 then. But so one year at track nats, he just got like abused. He got shaved and cut open, and so they had to throw him out. Oh no, the reason why they threw him out is because he was left in a freezer for a few days or something.
The good thing about those is they're always washing, like sticking in the washing. They're just one of those big ones. And you get a really good one, like a reasonable one. Because it's designed to use up a good control. Yeah. So it's like it's got the top of the front and the big nose. That would be perfect. That's exactly what they were doing. Rolling it like that with the green nose. Yep.
Sharon McGuigan leads onto the wheel of the bike. We make our way now down the back straight.
You know where Luke is?
One more lap behind the Derny before it swings down. Whedon now leads over the top of McGuigan. McGuigan just opting to take the wheel of Whedon. We now make our way down the front straight to get 2 laps to go. Sherry-Ann Prosolentis just slipping back. She tried to move forwards there, out of the seat for a little surge, goes Whedon again, just trying to hold on to her position, put these back markers under a bit more pressure and make it more difficult for them to come over the top. As the bell rings, Sharon McGuigan now starts to come forwards. Down the back straight, she now moves over the top of Whedon. Whedon now starting to fight back, and the two are side by side into the finish. Coming forwards there as well was Peter Brill, so it might be McGuigan and Brill who come through.
You won't eat the chicken. Oh.
Come now down the front straight, and the whistle goes for our Masters men. One Kieran final to get underway. Swanbury on the wheel of the bike. Now make our way down the front straight to get 4 to go. We've got one more lap behind the Derny before it swings down. Gluhack there in second wheel, just letting a bit of a gap open up between himself and the rider in front, focusing his attention more to the back. And with 3 to go, the bike swings down. Swanbury continuing to push on the front. We now start to make our way down the front straight to get 2 laps to go. And down the back straight we go now. Hack making his way forwards, trying to come over the top of Swanbury. Swanbury defending, but now starting to slip behind as the bell rings. Sebastian Plant following the wheel. Now over the top of all of them goes Bryson Fletcher with a huge amount of speed. Fletcher over the top of Hack. We come down the front straight towards the finish line. And Bryson Fletcher will crown himself national champion. The whistle goes, and Adam Clark leads Masters Men 2 onto the wheel of the Derny for the Kieran final. On the wheel of Clark is Nick Banks-Watson. Following Banks-Watson is Ross Taylor, then Simon Butler, Jack Campbell and Ash Brazell rounding us out at the back. Four laps to go, one more behind the bike before it swings down. Three laps to go now. Clark still out in front. Every rider moving up the track, trying to make it more difficult for the rider behind. Clark still with a pretty good lead. Now we make our way around the bend and down the front straight to get 2 laps to go. Moving over the top there is Ash Brazell. Clark now following the wheel of Brazell as we head down the back straight. Simon Butler now starts to move forwards. Brazell puts in a kick and comes down the front straight. Butler on the wheel of Brazell as the bell rings. Brazell continuing to pull away. Butler now starting to slip back. Banks-Watson comes over the top. Brazell with a lot of pace. He'll cross the line in first and crown himself national champion, followed by Banks-Watson and then Clark. A5, a warning to Simon Butler for dangerous riding during the race from the commissaires. We go now to the Masters Men 3 Kieran final. Bo Hanlon, 7 to 11 final. Bo Hanlon, David Oliver, Jim Lewis, Greg Desnitzer and Anthony Lane take to the track. The whistle now goes to start our riders off. Bo Hanlon is going to lead onto the wheel of the bike. Down the back straight now. We are going to finish the first lap. The riders are now free to change position. Desnitzer there just allowing a small gap to open between himself and Lewis in front. He's now starting to close it. We make our way down the back straight. Around the bend and down the front straight we come now. 4 laps to go. Oh, right. Three to go and the bike swings down. Hanlon on the front. Moving forward, there is Anthony Lane. Two laps to go, and Lane moves up into second at the hip of Hanlon. Hanlon still just holding on to his lead, trying to defend from the front. Now Lane out of the seat, pushing forwards. Hanlon still with the lead though. The bell rings. Hanlon still on the inside. Lane trying to take it from him. Down the back straight we go, and Lane starts to slip back. Lewis starts to come forwards. Bo Hanlon still out in front. We round the bend and come down the front straight. Lewis here with a lot of speed. And Lewis will come over the top and take out 7th place. And up next we have the 1 to 6 final for Masters Men 3.
The first time somebody showed it, I couldn't like do it. I was like, no, I'm out. I'm done.
That one, is it goes
Yes.
actually
When I do
really
really
hard?
fine,
Yeah.
soft
Simon Wallace leads off the mark. Five laps to go. Our first lap behind the bike is over and the riders are now free to change position. Wallace leads behind the bike, Macris on his wheel, followed by Lang, then Cook, Bates and Bucknell at the back. We come now down the front straight to get 3 laps to go. And Peter Macris there out of the seat. Now moving up, just defending his position in second wheel at the moment. Wallace looking to just push on in front. We come down the front straight, Macris still out, looking over his shoulder, keeping an eye on the riders behind. Bates there was trying to move forwards. Now Macris comes over the top. He's bringing Lang with him. Cook wants to put himself up in the mix as well. Down the front straight we go. The bell rings. Now Cook moves forward. Bucknell moves forward with a lot of speed. Down the back straight we go. Bucknell comes over the top of Cook. Cook still holding the inside line. Now Cook behind Bucknell. Bucknell will make his way down the front straight and will cross the line ahead of Cook and make himself the national champion. The whistle goes for our Masters Men 4, Kieran. Final. Seven riders in this final here. Lap 1 is now finished and the riders are free to change position. Zane Sennett on the front at the moment. Moving forward from the back is Pippa Denham's dad. We get 4 laps to go, 1 more lap behind the bike. Matthew Denham now up to third wheel. Starting to slip back as we continue to gain speed. We come down the front straight. It's Sennett still in front. Ben Clayton on his wheel, followed then by Josh Rayner. Down the front straight we come. We get 2 laps to go. Sennett in front still. Now Clayton wants to move forwards. Rayner coming over the top of the both of them. And Rayner starts to edge into the lead, but he's still got a lot of work to do to come over the top. Down the front straight we come. The bell rings, and Rayner now has the space to do so, and he does. Down the back straight, Rayner still with a good lead. Now Wright starting to move forwards onto his wheel. Around the bend and down the front straight we go. Wright coming forwards. Rayner trying to fight him off. The two side by side to the line. It's very, very close. We'll wait for official confirmation from the commissaires, but I think it might have been Rayner. The whistle goes for our Masters Men 5 Kieran final. Scott Slade is going to lead onto the wheel of the Derny, followed then by Jay Doraboom. John Dickinson on the wheel of Doraboom, followed then by Chris Ling, Duncan McDonald and Kyle Hester at the back. Our first lap behind the bike is over. The riders are free to change position. Slade still sitting comfortably behind the bike. No one challenging him for the front. No one challenging Doraboom for second wheel either. We come down the front straight now to get 4 laps to go. Down the back straight we come now. We have half a lap remaining. The bike swings down and Slade leads Doroboom on his wheel. Chris Ling making a very big move very quickly. Over the top he goes. Duncan McDonald following the wheel. Doroboom trying to defend from the inside. McDonald with a bit of a close call there as we get 2 to go. McDonald following the wheel of Ling still and coming down there on Dickinson. He pulls out. The bell now rings. Dickinson trying to follow the wheel of Ling as Ling goes over the top of Doroboom. Doroboom now slipping back down the back straight. Ling making his way forwards and away from the other riders. Dickinson now pulls forward. Slade now comes over the top of Doroboom. Down the front straight we go. Chris Ling will cross the line in first, followed by John Dickinson, followed in the end by Scott Slade. The whistle goes, and the Derny comes through on the inside of the Masters Men 6 Kieran finalists. Down the front straight we come, and it's Alan Townsend on the wheel of the Derny. He was very successful on the wheel of the Derny in his round 1 heat. So we'll likely see a similar tactic employed by the Randwick cyclist. Making our way down the back straight now, Andrew Stevenson just starting to move forwards ever so slightly. We get now 3 to go and the Derny swings down. Glenn Searle defending his position in second from William Pereira. Behind him, up the inside there goes Hendren. Hendren moving up into second, or at least trying to, up the inside of Searle. Searle just keeping an eye on the riders over his right shoulder. Not concerned with Hendren over his left. Down the back straight we go now. Still being led by Townsend. Townsend starting to stretch the group out a bit more. As we come down the front straight to get the bell, Searle knew that was coming and he takes the wheel of Townsend. We make our way around the bend and now down the back straight. Townsend with a good bit of speed. Searle now trying to come over the top of it. Townsend leads around the bend and down the front straight towards the line. Searle now starts to move forwards, but Townsend will hold on and crown himself national champion.
Oh no, that's okay. The boys can come back to the office.
Oh, are they?
Can I come and help?
Yes. Okay. We'll be like, I think Josh was really but he had a short guy. He was up and going to
Yeah, they're all excited and they're like, "You're like, oh."
And tomorrow is Eddie's nice sessions.
Do you have any help with tomorrow?
At the moment, it will be Scott's coming, and then it will be my camera. And tomorrow, they'll get some
Okay, I'll ask the boys.
other boys
I
if they
don't
want to
think
come.
we've got anything on tomorrow. Sunday they've got another race.
Yeah. But if they want to come for after that,
Yeah. Alrighty.
yeah. So it starts at 9, and it's just hikers. So, 8 hours. So one person, it's not, there's nothing like it on the list. Most days. Oh, wait, although there's like 3 schools in the
Yeah. That's a good one. So not one of you coaches or
I know. I was the same. I was like, there's no mum down there.
Yeah.
People to take you out. But I think normally Robin would say help. But I think she was so tired and
Masters men 7 making their way down the back straight there. We now come around the bend into the front straight to get 5 laps to go, and the riders are now free to change position based on that start. I'm sure some of them will want to. Down the front straight we come now to get 4 laps to go. And we're starting to pick up a little bit of speed around the bend, and down the front straight we come. 3 to go and the Derny will swing down. Tony Unicombe out in front, just upping the pace, trying to keep the pressure on the riders behind. Unicombe still leads as we round the bend. We come now down the front straight And we start to see a move coming from the back there by Gary Mandy. Mandy with a very big gap to the riders behind as he comes over the top. Jeff Stoker now trying to chase. Jared O'Connell doing the same. Down the front straight we come. We get 1 lap to go. Mandy still with a good lead to the riders behind. Stoker now making his way onto the back. That gap starting to stagnate though as he closes in. Now he kicks again around the bend, down the front straight. Mandy trying to hold him off. Stoker will get there and crown himself national champion. Our riders in Masters Men 8 make their way down the back straight. Five laps to go. The riders are free to change position. We now make our way down the back straight. Down the front straight we go again to get 4 laps to go. We're behind the bike for 1 more lap. Henry Banyel leads us around, followed behind by Richard Watson. Bike now swings down. Quilligan there in third wheel, just moving up a bit, checking over his shoulder, making sure that Paul Jackson and Adrian McMillan are not doing anything he's not aware of. 2 laps to go, and Quilligan now puts in a kick to come over the top, and he does so with great success. Paul Jackson following nicely though. Jackson comfortably on the wheel of Quilligan as we round the bend and come down the front straight. The bell now rings. Jackson still sitting behind comfortably. Now McMillan starting to close down. Jackson over the top. Quilligan now has to fight off McMillan for silver as Jackson comes down the front straight to win himself a gold. Quilligan will come across for second and McMillan for third.
You can hear all of them. You had the bus and the Alrighty. Must say the Queensland
Round the bend and down the back straight we go now for the Masters Men 9 Kieran final. We come down the front straight to get 5 laps to go. It's Kim Hansen who leads us, followed by Keith Ham. And then at the back, John Nelson. Round the bend and down the front straight we come. We're going to get 4 laps to go, 1 more lap behind the Derny before their race begins. Down the front straight we come now. We get 3 laps to go. The Derny swings down and almost immediately Nelson starts to try to move forwards. Hansen with a good kick at the front. Now he rolls off though. Ham leads down the back straight. Hansen looking for the wheel of Nelson. We come down the front straight now to get 2 laps to go. Round the bend. And now down the back straight we come. Hansen the first to make a move. Over the top he goes. And he's pulling away from his competitors very quickly. The bell now rings. Hansen well away. Nelson trying to chase. Ham just sliding out the back. Down the back straight we go now. Hansen checking over his shoulder. Looking at Nelson behind. Nelson is closing the gap, but he still has too much ground to make up. And so Hansen will cross the line in first. Down the front straight we come for our Masters Men 10. Kieran final. 2 more laps behind the Derny. The riders are allowed to now change position if they wish. Hugh Gray, Darryl Wheeler, Ron Hickson and Jim Veal on the track at the moment. It's currently Hickson on the wheel of the bike, followed then by Veal, then Gray, and then Wheeler at the back. Three laps to go and the Derny swings down. Hickson still leads around the bend and now down the back straight. Wheeler comes over the top. Hickson out of the seat to make his way onto the wheel of Wheeler. Wheeler leads down the front straight now as we get 2 laps to go. Over the top of both of them comes Jim Veal. Wheeler out of the seat, Wheeler with an acceleration to respond. Now Hickson pushing up the inside there, trying to force himself through that gap that's opened up. Down the front straight we go. And Wheeler still out in front. Now Veal starting to slip back. Hickson pushing forwards, holding onto that wheel of Wheeler, but he can't come over the top. Wheeler still leads around the bend. Down the front straight, now Hickson has a go. Wheeler still out in front though, and Hickson can't get there in time. So Darryl Wheeler will take it out, followed by Ron Hickson and then Jim Veal. Gabrielle Belts leads the Masters women 6 and 7 down the back straight, now around the bend. Belts out in front as the bike swings down. Just putting a bit of pressure on. We can see some of the riders from the back now start to push forward to improve their position. Anna Witten moving up there. Over the top of Witten goes Barnett. And now over the top of everyone goes Julie Barnett. She's pulling away. Gabrielle Belts trying to chase her down and closing that gap successfully at the moment. Now Anna Witten tries to push herself forwards as the bell rings. Witten with even more speed now comes over the top of Barnett. Barnett makes her way now down the back straight on the inside. She's out of the seat, just starting to slip back. Witten pushing forward and she starts to slip back now, and the two side by side towards the line. Julie Barnett will hold on and take out a gold medal. Danielle Glasgow leads Masters Women 1-2 onto the wheel of the bike. We now make our way down the back straight. Courtney McGowan on the wheel of the front rider. Garinshu in third, Reed in fourth, and then Chien in back, rounding us out in last. And you can just see our lead rider, Danielle Glasgow, starting to drop the wheel behind the Derny, focusing on the riders behind her. We get 3 to go. Now we're starting to pick up a bit of pace. And we make our way around the bend and down the front straight to get 2 laps to go. Glasgow out in front, taking a look over her shoulder at Courtney McGowan. Down the front straight now. The bell starts to ring. McGowan putting in a move over the top of Glasgow. Now Glasgow fighting back and McGowan still surging over the top. She takes the sprinters lane now over the top of both of them with a huge amount of speed, and now coming down the front straight to cross the line in first is Garinchu. Ebony Garinchu, your national champion. The whistle now goes for the Masters Women 3 Kieran final. Five laps to go. Stoy leads behind the bike on her wheel. That looks like Sarah Stevens, followed by Erica Lunny, and then Gabrielle Thomas out the back. We make our way down the front straight and get 4 laps to go. Down the front straight we come now, and the bike swings down. Stoy still out in front. Lunny there moving up the inside and taking the wheel of Stoy. We now make our way around the bend and down the front straight. 2 laps to go. Stevens there, tried to move up and has now started to slip back. Thomas out of the seat. And she started to come forwards and she's now slipping behind. The bell rings. Stoy still holding the other riders at bay. Down the back straight we go. Lunny now making her way around the outside. Stoy trying to fight her off. We come down the front straight towards the line. I think Lunny might have got there first. We'll wait to see the official result from the commissaires because she was having a bit of a close call with Sandra Stoy there. A relegation to Erica Lunny for entering the sprinters lane when the opponent was already there. Making their way around the bend and now down the front straight for the Masters Women 4 and 5, Kieran 7 to 9 final. We're being led at the moment by Rebecca Whedon. Sherry-Ann Prosolentis just slipping to the back there as Fiona Viscoli takes second wheel. The bell now rings. Whedon out in front with a kick. Viscoli following. We make our way now around the bend and down the back straight. Viscoli trying to come over the top of Whedon. Prosolentis then up the inside. Prosolentis and Viscoli side by side, and Whedon will take out 7th place. It's very close on the line for 8th. Masters men 6 and 7, if you could please make your way to marshalling for the scratch race. Masters men 6 and 7 to the scratch race, please. To marshalling for the scratch race, please. Peter Brill leads onto the wheel of the Derny, followed then by Laurelie Moss. Vanessa Goss on the wheel of Sheridan Hall. Then Petra Anderson and Sharon McGuigan rounding us out at the back. We now come around the bend and make our way down the front straight to get 4 laps to go. One more lap behind the bike. Anderson there looking to improve her position. We come down the front straight now and the bike will swing down. Anderson moving forwards. Brill still in front, looking to protect that. Moss protecting her position as well by moving up and keeping herself out in a bit of open air. With a lot of riders doing this, it leaves the sprinters lane behind Peter Brill open for someone else to come through. No one does, and perhaps that was a good move because over the top has gone Vanessa Goss. And now Laurelie Moss. Round the bend and down the front straight we go. And the bell rings. Moss out in front. Goss on her wheel, followed by Anderson. Anderson trying to close that gap to the leading pair. Sheridan Hall doing the same with a bit more success, but Laurelie Moss will lead down the finishing straight towards the line and hold on for the gold medal. So this should now be the scratch race. Masters men 6 and 7 on the track now for their scratch race. Just say copy. The whistle goes, and our Masters men 6 and 7 scratch race final is underway, and we very quickly have a move from one of the riders coming down the front straight now, checking over his shoulder to see his gap to the riders behind. That's Graham Ward, and he's got about 20 to 30 meters on the peloton. We're starting to see a move in response from behind at the moment from 38 laps to go, and Ward is going to sit up and wait for the peloton to come through. Adrian McMillan now coming up the inside. We come now down the front straight. Tim Matthews, sorry. Riders making their way around the bend and down the front straight. Everyone's still together, just rolling turns pretty comfortably. Peter Felsted out on the front at the moment. He's now being replaced by Adrian Tillen. Now it's Jeff Stoker. Stoker swings up as we round the bend. We come down the front straight. And we're just starting to see a little bit of a gap open up. Tim Matthews at the head of the peloton, not closing it to the satisfaction of one of the other riders, who now comes over the top of him and has put in somewhat of a gap to the riders behind. William Pereira swinging up the track there. Andrew Stevenson up the front. Now coming over the top and down the front straight is Peter Felsted again. Now Graham Ward at the front. Down the back straight we go. Dave Fairburn leads. He moves up the track. Tim Matthews now swings up. Coming through is Felsted again. Andrew Stevenson now leading the chase onto the wheel of Felsted as Felsted starts to pull away. William Pereira follows that wheel. And we've got a three-man breakaway now. 31 laps to go. It's not very big, still manageable for the peloton with one big move, but no one individual rider interested in putting in that effort, and the gap now starts to open and become more of a threat. Down the front straight we go. We get 30 laps to go. Pereira rolls through to replace Stevenson as he makes his way onto the back. Down the back straight we come now, and that gap starting to close. Stevenson rolls through for the breakaway And we get 29 to go. Everyone back together as Fairburn bridges at the head of the peloton. Pereira swings up. Fairburn now comes up the inside down the back straight. We've got a bit of a gap opening up as Graham Ward starts to lose the wheel at the back there. He's now making his way back on. Round the bend we come. Felsted retakes the lead. We now make our way down the front straight to get 27 to go. Adrian Tillen moving up the inside there. Everyone sitting at or above the stayers line at the moment. Now William Pereira leads down to the bottom of the track and Graham Ward rolls through to take the front. We have 26 laps remaining in this race. Tim Matthews swinging up. And a few riders coming through. Again, everyone just really reluctant to do much work. Wayne Godfrey swinging up. Short turn from Tillen behind. Felsted now moves up. It's now Matthews who leads. Out of the seat, there is Dave Fairburn. Fairburn starting to pull away. Felsted quick to cover. Stevenson also away, who followed the wheel of Fairburn. And these three riders now off the front of the peloton. That gap continuing to grow. 23 laps remaining. Felsted makes his way onto the wheel of Stevenson. And Fairburn leads down the back straight. Pereira leading quite a serious chase effort. And it closes the breakaway down almost immediately. 22 to go. Shane Hendren there moving up to take the wheel of Stevenson, letting some of these lead riders keep rotating. And our group in the lead comes to a standstill. The riders who just got dropped off there are able to make their way back on and rejoin the peloton. Fairburn is going to have another go at a breakaway. "20 laps remaining, Fairburn out in front. Closing the gap is Peter Felsted. Felsted now over the top of Fairburn. Fairburn with an acceleration to match the speed. And he now moves up to the top of the track with him. Felsted not really looking for a break by the looks of it. Down the front straight we come now. And everyone just up above the stayers line. Ward again using this slowing down as an opportunity to get back onto the group. Adrian Tillen now doing the same. 18 to go. "17 laps to go. Do you want my sheet? These are all the things. These are all the things you're not allowed to do.
Yeah, which is like when Rico was doing this.
16 laps to go. Everyone's sitting high on the track. No one really interested in doing much. And it's Tillen who leads us down the back straight and now around the bend. A move now from Fairburn. We come around the bend and down the back straight. Matthews swinging up there. Look over the shoulder from Stevenson. And now Felsted up the inside to possibly counter. He's pulling away. Stevenson and Fairburn looking to go with him though. All dependent upon what the peloton wants from this race. 13 laps remaining. Fairburn swings up. Felsted rolls through. We now come down the front straight to get 12 laps to go. Andrew Stevenson swinging up the track. Dave Fairburn up the inside. And now Peter Felsted. As Felsted swings up, Stevenson somewhat follows and the peloton make their way onto the wheels of the breakaway. And we all slow back down. Down the front straight we come now. 10 laps remaining in this race. Nine laps remaining. Tim Matthews up high there and diving down to the bottom of the track. Now making a move is Wayne Godfrey. Godfrey leads around the bend and down the front straight. We're going to get 8 laps to go and Godfrey swings up. Fairburn now comes through. Now Stevenson. Now looking over his shoulder there is Felsted. Pereira comes up. Ward following. We come now down the front straight to get 7 laps to go. Everyone back up high. The move shut down quickly and we return to the slowly drifting around status quo. Matthews out in front now as we come down the front straight. We have 6 laps to go. Adrian Tillen pulling forwards. Tillen out in front, starting to try to bring the group down to the bottom of the track as we get 5 laps to go. We now make our way around and down the back straight we go now. Tim Matthews out in front. Four laps left in this race, just 1 kilometre to go. And Fairburn starts to pull out in front. Pereira's got his wheel marked. Up the inside there goes Ward. Looked like Stevenson might have wanted to have a go, but then saw Ward and has had to go back up. 3 laps remaining in this race. Moving forwards there is Jeff Stoker now with Shane Hendren on his wheel. We come now down the front straight, and Fairburn up the inside with quite a move. Stoker quick to cover it off though. We make our way now down the back straight. The group stretched out. Stoker trying to close the gap to Fairburn. Hendren trying to close the gap to Stoker. The bell now rings. Hendren trying to come over the top of Stoker. Stoker still closing in on Fairburn though. Fairburn still with a good lead. But now Stoker with a lot of speed. We make our way down the back straight and around the bend. Up comes Fairburn. Stoker will come over the top with a raise of the hand in frustration. But Stoker will get there. 35 laps to go, and we've got a breakaway that has about 10 metres now closing as Wheeler leads the chase onto them. Down the front straight we come. We have 34 laps to go now. And it's Will Gordon out in front. He now swings up the track. Michael Pridmore perhaps behind. Now Wheeler up the inside. Down the front straight we come now. Richard Watson moving up the track there. .30 laps to go. And John Nelson leads. The group just staying up around the stayers line at the moment. Now putting in a move is William Gordon again. And it's a very, very big move. He looks over his shoulder. He sees just how big his gap is after a very small amount of time. Ron Hughes out in front. Now over the top comes some chasers trying to close down that gap that has already opened up to about half a lap. 28 laps to go. Gordon pulling away the gap out to half a lap already after about 2 laps of this breakaway being in existence. Wheeler leads another chase with Ron Hughes. Hughes now rolls through. Meanwhile, coming down the front straight now to get 27 to go, we have Arch Davis. Davis in second, leading the chase on his own. Wheeler and Hughes now separated as Wheeler sets up. Hughes comes through up the inside. 26 laps remaining for Davis. Gordon, meanwhile, has taken a lap and he makes his way onto the back of the peloton. Hughes at the front of this peloton. Davis at the front of the race, making his way around and down the front straight to get 25 to go. 24 to go, sorry. The peloton now getting 24 to go. Ron Hughes leading the chase. Now Richard Watson comes through. Darryl Wheeler takes the front. And he's starting to pull away. The lack of cohesion behind has given him a lead. Richard Watson saw it coming and has quickly taken the wheel of Wheeler. 23 to go. Watson up the inside. And it looks like Davis is going to wait for the peloton to catch. .22 to go. Down the back straight now. Ron Hughes out in front. We come down the front straight to get 21 to go. John Nelson moving up the inside there. Richard Watson moving up the inside of Nelson to now take the lead down the back straight. 20 laps to go now. Ron Hickson swings up the track. Now coming through is Darryl Wheeler. After Hugh Gray swings off. And now Arch Davis putting in another move to stretch this group out. William Gordon, the race leader, sitting very comfortably at the back now. Hickson making his way down the front straight at the head of the peloton. We've really calmed down quite a lot. Wheeler now putting in a move. Hughes up the inside of Wheeler, trying to keep the pressure on now. We make our way around the bend. Down the front straight, we get 17 laps to go. Wheeler now up the inside. Davis following the wheel. "16 laps to go." A look over the shoulder from Watson as he swings up. Hughes takes the front again. Now Wheeler takes the front, putting in another move to put a bit of pressure on the other riders. 15 laps to go. A look over the shoulder from Gordon. But they haven't given it to him. It doesn't say +1 next to his name. 14 to go. Adrian McMillan swinging up there. Darryl Wheeler coming through up the inside. And now William Gordon leads down the back straight. We now have 13 laps to go. Arch Davis leading down the back straight. Now Adrian McMillan takes the front again. Hughes on the front now. Now it's Watson moving up the inside. We have 12 laps to go. $11 to go. Gordon leads down the front straight. Everyone's still together, but the bunch is now a bit stretched out as Gordon takes the front. McMillan now takes the lead from him. Now Hughes. And you can see the riders start to bunch up a bit more now with Gordon off the front. We are still single file, but much less stretched out than we were. Richard Watson now leads us through to get 9 laps to go. Down the back straight now, Wheeler. Now making his way around the bend and down the front straight, it's Richard Watson. 8 to go. Around the bend and down the front straight now. 7 laps left in this race. Watson out in front. That gap now closed down. Daryl Wheeler leads. And he now swings up the track. Arch Davis now around the bend and down the back straight we go. The peloton moving back up high. Nelson now coming through. He's been sitting at the back for the majority of the most recent laps, just letting riders come in front of him. But he's now moving back towards the front as we get closer to the pointy end of this race. Down the back straight we go. Four laps left in the race. We make our way around. Up the inside there goes Adrian McMillan. We come around now down the front straight. They gave the lap to the wrong bloke. Yeah, 244 should have it. But they gave it to 247. No. He'll protest. Gordon leading around the bend. Looking over his shoulder, he's again stretching them out. You can see just how dominant this rider is. He took a lap in almost 3 laps. Now he leads into the bell. Gordon still out in front, coming with a lot of speed is Arch Davis. Down the back straight we go now. Gordon still with a good lead. And he's continuing to pull away from Adrian McMillan behind. Down the front straight we go. It's Gordon, McMillan. Then in third place, Davis. And that concludes the last race of the day. Results are up. Oh, they're not. Okay, sorry. They're up here. We'd like to go into presentations after this, so if you could please make your way to the podium area, we'd be very grateful. Thank you.
It's all right, mate. Thank you.
Look at me.
Look at me playing.
Moving on to the Masters Men 5 presentations. The third place and winner of the bronze medal, Scott Slade.
Yeah, red dog.
Second place and winner of the silver medal, John Dickinson. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, Chris Lee.
Straight ahead. Huddle time. Huddle time.
Through the Masters Men 6 series presentations. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, Shane Hendry. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, Glenn Searle. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, Alan Townsend.
Oh, he's going straight up there. Right.
Thanks for that.
And 7 series presentations. In third place, and winner of the bronze medals, Jerry O'Connell. Gary Mandy. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, Jeff Stoker.
Well done.
Now we're gonna get his jacket. So we can look
Oh, good catching.
In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, Adrian McMillan. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, John Quilligan. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, Paul Jackson.
Definitely got to lose on the soft side.
you, guys. It's a pleasure.
Moving on to the Masters Men 9 presentations.
Thank you.